Okay, thank you, Dave. Welcome, everybody. I'd like to welcome everybody to this council meeting of February 24th and call the meeting to order at exactly 5:30 p.m. And with that, Councillor Fitzgerald, would you mind reading the land acknowledgement, please?
Thank you, Worship. I'd be happy to. I would like to respectfully acknowledge that we are on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe under the terms of the Robinson-Huron Treaty Number 61 of 1850 and the Williams Treaties of 1923. We commit to acknowledge, learn, educate, create opportunity, honor sacred places, and take actions toward real truth and reconciliation in support of our commitment to walking the path together in respect, peace, and harmony for future generations. Miigwech.
Thank you very much, Councillor Fitzgerald. With that, I'm moving to the adoption of the agenda. I have a motion moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that the regular council meeting agenda dated February 24th, 2025 be adopted as printed and circulated. Questions, comments, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interests? Councillor Clark.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Alcock. I'll be declaring pecuniary interest on agenda item 13.2.1. That's confidential report Corp 2024-62 land acquisition, and that's for business reasons.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. So noted. And we now move to a really wonderful part of the agenda tonight. We do have three invited presentations tonight, starting with the first one, which is ceremonial. And rather, it's one of those incredibly important ones to show our respect for members of our community. And I hope that the audience here tonight will forgive me because I need to get this exactly right. Our staff have prepared notes for me so I get every detail as part of this recognition. So if you bear with me, I'm going to read this part before I turn it over to our fire chief and to Councillor Cloutier. So on January 13th, 2025, bus driver Gary Thompson detected there was something wrong with the bus he was driving during his morning route. Even though he was close to the next school drop-off location, he immediately recognized that there was a potential risk to student safety and pulled the bus over. Gary acted calmly and decisively in selecting three, this is what I love, reliable student riders to help him to implement the evacuation protocol and to move all riders to a safe location. Students Kennedy Jones, Corbin Jones, and Aspen Brown assisted without hesitation, followed directions from the driver, and remained calm while helping to evacuate the other student riders and ensure that everyone remained a safe distance from the bus. The driver reboarded the bus to call dispatch to request that they contact emergency services and send a recovery bus. The driver then conducted a second and third check of the bus to ensure that every student rider had evacuated. When the recovery bus arrived, the three volunteer students demonstrated leadership and care in assisting the other riders to board the new bus to continue the rides to school. After the recovery bus left the scene with the students, a fire did start in the engine area, eventually engulfing the entire bus. Gary's instincts, his calm, decisive actions, and the assistance of the students are the reasons that no one suffered any injuries and the damage was contained to the bus and did not impact any other structures in the community. It's an incredible story, one of which we're all hugely proud. So if at this point I can have Gary come down to the council floor, I will turn it over to Councillor Cloutier and to Fire Chief Monahan from Huntsville Lake Bays Fire to carry on with this presentation.
So with this, it's very humbling to be here today with Gary. I actually ran into him at the bus garage a few days later and thanked him, because all I heard was before was Gary the bus driver, and then he was going home after his shift, and somebody said, "Good night, Gary," and right away I said, "Are you Gary the bus driver?" So and certainly he was. So I was quite happy to meet him then, and then I told him the story. I was away on holidays and I was on my way home, and there was another gentleman in the truck with us, and he said, "Oh my God, a school bus burnt in Huntsville this morning." And I said, "Oh geez, isn't that crazy? You know, something." And then about 5 minutes later, I get a phone call, and it's my son saying, "Dad, the girls were on that bus." So that's how close things come to you in life, that you think it's happened to somebody else or something. But if you look at it, I have 5 grandchildren, and in my heart, Gary saved 3 of them that day, you know, and not only my children, my grandchildren, but everybody else's that were on that bus that day and their children. So Gary, with undue respect, we certainly thank you very, very much on behalf of the mayor and the town of Huntsville. So, oh, yes.
Gary, on behalf of the Huntsville Lake Bays Fire Department, I want to present you with this challenge coin for the actions that you took on January 13th and your leadership and your bravery.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh. We got to, no, you gotta, can't go away yet. We're not done yet. So the mayor's,
Okay, I think we're now back to me. And if at this point I could ask the 3 students who assisted Gary that day, that would be Corbin Jones, Kennedy Jones, Aspen Brown, will you please come down to the council floor?
yeah, just stay there. Thank you very much. So in Gary's bravery and to organize things right away with all his training, I'm sure at one point in time, it's the same as when you're in a first aid incident, where right away you not only identify the problem, but you also identify somebody else with leadership that's there, that's going to help you and you trust, and that's going to, and obviously these 3 students, Gary picked them out right away, knew, and they did a fantastic job. I heard it firsthand, so right from the kids on the bus, and it was a great, great effort by you, and very, very much appreciated by everybody. Thank you. Yeah. So on because this was close to myself and my grandchildren, and on behalf of all the parents and the kids that were on that bus, they've all signed a card, and I wonder if my grandkids, my beautiful granddaughters Nahani, Isla, and Aurora can come up and present Gary with this thank you card. Thank you very much.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming for that. That warms the cockles of our heart, because it's events like this that make us all realize it's really worthwhile being part of this. So thank you. With that, we are going to move to our second invited presentation, and we do have with us Chair Jeff Lehman from the District of Muskoka and CAO Stevens, also from the District of Muskoka, to provide an update on all of the things that we are doing with the district and things that we're doing together projects that we're all part of. So welcome, you two. I gather you are meeting all of the 6 municipalities. Where do we stand in the lineup?
Number one, as always.
And that's
Your
what
worship.
we like to see. Thank
And
you.
I want to make sure everybody gets out while the getting's good before they have to listen to me. Anyone who's sure you want to go, that's an impossible act to follow.
Thank you both for being here, and I will turn it over to you, Chair Lehman.
Of course, and thank you very much, Your Worship. I went through the first Barrie tornado when I was 10 years old, and the second Barrie tornado when I was mayor. And in those moments, when something bad happens, people show their character and their what they're made of, right? The ability to be calm in that circumstance, to realize something is happening and that you can help people, and to then act in that way is a real demonstration of character. So that was wonderful of you, Council, to recognize those kids and especially Gary, the bus driver. I was just here on Saturday evening with the District Dazzlers, walking in the coldest night of the year for Heather and the amazing people at the Table Soup Kitchen Foundation. The Chaffee Street Hill reminded me I'm not as young as I used to be. So that was good. But I have to give a huge shout out to this fellow, Councillor Fitzgerald. There are 39,000 people across Canada that walk on the coldest night of the year in 207 different towns and cities. It's an event that's held on the same night across the country. The number 7 fundraiser out of all 39,000 in the whole country was Jason Fitzgerald. Congratulations. And while we came second to the town team, I can say we all had a great time, and it's just wonderful what Heather does, of course, to support the hungry, the hurting, and the homeless. That's what the coldest night of the year is for, and we'll say a little bit about that today in our report card. So with my remaining 8 minutes, I'm going to give you a bit of a report card on what's happening at District, and hopefully be able to answer some questions afterwards. We are, of course, at the halfway point of our term of council. At the outset of this term of council, the 22 members of District Council got together and set a new set of priorities, 10 high-level goals. Our staff turned that into 81 specific actions. And here's how we're doing so far in terms of the 4 main themes in which we work: the environment, our team, our services, and our communities. So far, we have 7 actions that have been completed, 80% are in progress, 12% have yet to get started. And I want to talk to you a little bit about this, not just in terms of statistics and check marks, but a little bit of the stories of the impact of what we do. Because I think as municipalities, we don't often talk in terms of how we affect people's daily lives. We do measure how much we do things. We don't always measure the impact that we have. And so we tried to put a presentation together for you quickly that talks about that too. So our first theme, the environment, obviously climate change, a top piece in advancing our New Leaf climate strategy, was a key priority for this council. Over the last 2 years, we've had over 100 events to engage residents in protecting Muskoka's natural environment. And that's everything from shoreline revitalization and protection to the watershed, to climate change, workshops, and classroom events. The Voyant Alert emergency notification on theme today, we added about 1,800 people to that app, which is a significant number. We want to keep driving that up. That's how we notify people in the case of an emergency. And we've all just been through this winter where it's very helpful to be able to reach our residents in case of a state of emergency. And of course, increasing the resiliency of our facilities. That's something that we are working on as a key bit of our climate change strategy. So here's the story. We've tried to do one story on each of these themes, and the one we chose for the environment was about a resident who came to us. Many of you will be familiar with our GIS system at the district. It's a remarkable tool, especially when it comes to monitoring water levels. We had a resident come to us. They live along the Muskoka River. They needed to do some flood proofing. We were able to show them which part of their property was at greatest risk, at what level, and to assist them in flood proofing their property. This is something that we can now do across the district of Muskoka. And, you know, the disasters avoided are rarely the ones you get credit for, but an ounce of prevention, especially when it comes to situations like flooding, is really worth a pound of cure. So that's how, a technology piece, the LiDAR mapping and the GIS system can directly assist our residents. Our communities, this was a key theme for us, and housing, of course, is at the top of everyone's agenda. By now, you've probably gotten sick of hearing me talk about the big move on housing, the district's plan, but we have got 88 units that have been are underway or completed as part of that strategy in our first 2 years. We provide rent support to about another 200 households. And this picture that you're seeing here is the 100 Pine Street, the first new social housing building, new build social housing in about 20 years for the district. 181 new childcare spaces. And again, you're probably quite aware that a big chunk of those, over 60 of them, will be in an extended hours daycare at the Fairburn home here in Huntsville. The extended hours is really important because it can support healthcare workers and others who have different working hours than perhaps others in the community. We know those spaces are badly needed. 181 is about half the total, so we're on track to hit our goal, 373 by the end of 4 years. In the CWELC program, the Canada-wide early learning program, that's the $10 a day daycare program. We are expanding paramedics. In the budget this year, we invested, actually for 2026, it was our first 2-year budget, and that will see a new ambulance in Dwight next year to expand coverage in East Muskoka. We added a PRU, a paramedic response unit in MacTier. I'll talk about that again in a minute. To some controversy, but in fact, there is now that extra resource in Georgian Bay Township. So we've expanded coverage in West Muskoka, and the Dwight Station ambulance will add coverage in East Muskoka. And so the story on this one that we wanted to tell you was about Jane, who's a senior in Gravenhurst, who's part of our community paramedicine program. If you're not familiar with community paramedicine, this is where paramedics schedule home visits to people with chronic conditions to assist them in successfully caring for themselves at home, staying at home longer, not having to go to hospital. She actually, through remote monitoring, there were some signs of heart challenges. Our paramedics visited, helped her with her medication, avoided an emergency room visit, and the follow-up visit, including coordinating care with her doctor, showed that her vitals were stable again there. It's an example of how our service at the district helps keep people out of hospital and helps them successfully care for themselves at home. Now, our services, we do constant work to try and improve our service delivery. And I had a number of examples of this that were sent to me by email, but in the interest of time, we were able to complete a large number of service improvements over the course of the last 2 years, 109 in total. We're also trying to communicate better to show people what the district does and what the impacts are. Our social media engagement's up about 30%, and we do have an e-newsletter and a number of new channels that we didn't have before. This picture became a little bit famous. That's Darcy, a supervisor with Muskoka Paramedic Service, and that, of course, is our tracked vehicle, which we procured in the summer and promptly needed to pull people out of their cars on Highway 11 during the closure at the end of November. And he's literally out on the shoulder of Highway 11. They were rescuing people using the tracked vehicle. We are trying to connect more people to support. Something that is rarely noticed in social services, especially with seniors, of course, is you don't get your income supports if you don't file your taxes. And taxes can be a challenge for some people. So we run a volunteer income tax clinic. 1,400 people we assisted with their tax returns across the District of Muskoka through that over the last 2 years. And of course, we're constantly trying to do upgrading in terms of our asset management, take better care of the roads, pipes, bridges, and so forth that the district maintains. No report card would be complete without the things we're not doing well. There were a few things over the course of the year that we could have done better. And I'm going to go back to something I said previously, and that's communicating the change for the ambulance in MacTier. What happened there was we didn't communicate it. There was something good happening. We're bringing a new vehicle in to expand service in the township. But we're going to stage that vehicle out of another building and close the existing station building. That was the long-term plan. Well, the only word that got out in the community was the station was closing, right? And MacTier could be forgiven for thinking it had been progressively abandoned over the years because other things have closed in that community. And so I actually went door to door with our deputy chief, Stu McKinnon. Then we had a town hall meeting, and that was a bit of an angry meeting. But I learned a ton from that. And the biggest thing I learned is when we have a master plan to change things, we got to communicate it as soon as it's been passed, as soon as it's been approved. You got to start that process of telling people, because otherwise you're going to fight a rear guard battle against the rumor mill. And we all know how well that goes sometimes. The last slides are about our team. This was our fourth priority area, and that's about our workforce at the district and constantly giving people the chance to do the best professional work they can. We, like all healthcare organizations, have struggled with a shortage of healthcare workers. We had a very significant vacancies in our long-term care homes around PSWs and nursing, and that led to very high agency staffing costs. You remember everybody was talking about that last year. Fewer people are talking about it this year because we've been able to make a lot of progress. Our full-time complement has increased significantly. The vacancy rates are down. We've still got some work to do, but we have had some success in recruiting, and especially recruiting locally, not just from outside of Muskoka. We do a series of things to try and foster innovation, including an internal think tank, our innovation think tank. And regional partnerships is such an important thing. And this is where coming to the 6 area municipal councils is very important for me too. Not just to report on progress and keep the communication going, but because we're far more successful when we're working together. A great example of that is the work that the town and the district are doing together to support the Muskoka Community Land Trust and their ambitious housing plans. It's a great organization. I think the work that we've been able to do around the district table and the staff, the town and the district together to support that organization has now allowed them to move to the next step. And we're excited to see what comes of that in 2025. And the story that we have for you on that is about MAILT, which you're probably familiar with, the Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table. A series of initiatives supporting truth and reconciliation in Muskoka have been brought forward to that table. And it continues to attract attention from outside Muskoka as an example of the way municipalities and First Nations can work together. No report card would be complete without a report on what it all costs. These are the 6 regional municipalities in Ontario and the district. And the reason these are comparators are not because we have that much in common with York Region or Niagara, except that these are the municipalities that deliver the same bucket of services that we do. So we're a regional municipality as the district, the only one in Northern Ontario. There's 6 in Southern Ontario, and we have the same roughly service responsibilities. I'm actually quite proud of this. Our council, our staff were able to pass a tax increase that's lower than any of the other 6 regional municipalities in Ontario for this year. It's also a cautionary tale, though, because these municipalities face cost pressures like we do. And you can see the kind of impact that those cost pressures have been having in other centers as well. Last, we included our Venn diagram slide of who does what, and residents could be forgiven for occasionally not knowing who does what, because like all things in Canada, we have a very complicated system of government with occasionally overlapping areas of jurisdiction. But the closing note I wanted to give you, members of council, is that, halfway through the term, I feel hugely honored to get to work with this district council. The table is very collaborative. It is professional. It's often funny. It's a great group of people to work with. I think I speak for the other district councilors around the table to say that we do sometimes manage to have fun doing what we do. But the tone around the table is very positive. I believe we are accomplishing things for residents. We're not perfect, but I think at the halfway point, we have a lot of things to point to by way of a more ambitious district agenda. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'm pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Chair Lehman. I want to say thank you very much. Glad we're number 1. We can work out the kinks, But I really appreciate the update. And it's great to be reminded, even when you sit around the table, of all of the things that are going on and the lessons learned too. before I turn it over to council, I know I should never do this, but I am. It seems to me when you look at all of the services that the district is providing, sometimes in collaboration with others, the services seem more extensive and more complex. Is that, do you think, a fair statement?
Absolutely. I think a general statement around the world of municipalities in Ontario is that the role of human services, social services, housing, economic development, that role for municipalities has grown, especially over the last 20 years. My former colleague Hazel McCallion was fond of saying, you know, the property tax was designed to protect property, to provide services to property, not to people. And yet we now are called upon to do that, primarily still with just the one revenue source. But I think you all have experienced as municipal leaders that the challenges we face, whether it's housing, climate change, mental health and addictions, otherwise, are complicated issues that can only be solved through collaboration. No one level of government has the ability to solve them. And so the role of the district in engaging the broader Muskoka community, in bringing people behind those kinds of efforts, is really important. And I would point to things like our homelessness sharing table. I would point to our new alternate level of care strategy to keep people aging at home successfully, with the MAYOT, with the health team. Those are the kinds of relationships and partnerships that can tackle these complex issues.
Thank you very much for that answer. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation, Jeff. It was excellent. Under the district responsibilities, and the Venn diagram is always interesting to see, but the one portion that you kind of you didn't even skim over, I don't think you mentioned it, and this is not it's not a criticism, but the district responsive transit, the DRT. That's not sort of listed in there as a responsibility from the District of Muskoka. And how long has that been around, the DRT? Is it new?
I did skip by it and I shouldn't have. Thank you,
That's
Councillor
okay.
Renwick. You're right. It is brand new. So here's the short version. When we talk about things that don't work, when 2 years ago, we looked at we have the Corridor 11 bus. That works reasonably well. We had an east-west service. The ridership was almost none. And so that didn't work. And it's because it was a fixed route service. There were some different issues. So what we're trying now, and it seems to be popular with its users, is this demand responsive transit where you can call a ride and schedule it, and it'll take you curb to curb, door to door. Right now, the pilot is just in Gravenhurst, and the pickup area is to take you to Gravenhurst. That's the pilot. We look forward to expanding that. But it's a great model. You know, Innisfil famously, the town of Innisfil partnered with Uber to try and provide people with door-to-door transit, which was a great model, but very expensive. Ours is considerably more cost-effective because we use our own fleet vehicle. And the app will actually organize pickups and take people to a destination and then go pick them up again.
Yes, absolutely.
A quick follow-up. Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for that, Jeff. I didn't mean to put you on the spot. It was something that I saw when I was reading through. But so this is something potentially that might come to Huntsville as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
The plan is for it ultimately to be district-wide. We're going to need quite a few more vans and hopefully strong ridership numbers. We're sort of building it like this. But absolutely, yeah.
And if I may add to that, it would obviously, when that day comes, it would be coordinated with our local service, which would make sense, right? We'll find efficiencies there, right? All right, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Thanks again for the presentation, Jeff. But the income tax support program, for those who may be watching, how would they reach out to that program? And is it something the district, or do you expand it to the municipalities?
Thank you for the question. The short version is website. If people have an internet connection, if people are comfortable accessing the information, it's all on our website. And you can actually set up your appointment through the website, or call the district 645-1212.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. Thanks so much for coming up with the update. The hot button topic, of course, up here is the clear bags, which I fully support. We're going forward. It's amazing, and there's a lot of reasons why. The question, I'm only asking this now because I got the question twice last week and once today. With us, the province switching recycling to the manufacturers, that has saved us a lot of effort and everything else. I want to put to bed the myth, and I want you to reinforce it, but I want to put to bed the myth that most of the stuff we send down doesn't get recycled. The four of us got to visit these facilities, and that doesn't happen. So if you can help me on that, but also the savings we had was over 2 million, and that went into other initiatives, I'm assuming. People ask, where's the money? And I know that it's gone into other initiatives, just if you have any feedback on that.
So the second presentation you're having tonight from district,
Exactly. I was going to say, or you could answer and
but I will
see if
answer.
you do well.
I will answer looking over my shoulder. That's right, exactly. Ms. Rutkowski and Mr. Steele can probably give you a better answer in a minute. But the short version, you're absolutely right, Councillor Morrison. Stuff does get recycled. It does get composted. We produce compost at the Rosewarne landfill. It then becomes available to the public. I mean, you can go and see, if you really want to, the piles of organic stuff. It steams because it actually generates heat as it decomposes. But to the savings point, yeah, there was a choice made to reinvest in additional service to the public to try and drive diversion. But this is the way I would position that, because I think it's really important that people understand why we're asking them to do stuff like clear bags and green bins and things. It's because if we have to open another landfill, it is going to cost us $1 gazillion, and good luck finding a place for it. So the experience of Simcoe County is instructive in this regard. When you have to start trucking garbage out of your municipality to the States or elsewhere, even if that was possible anymore, the cost is astronomical. And so these savings, which are significant, you're right, from the blue bin upload, we have invested into green bin and other diversion techniques, which will ultimately save us tens of millions, if not more. And I know, again, with residents, that can be sort of one step removed. It's like we're saving you a big cost that could happen if we don't do this. It's absolutely the case. And you know, I said about the clear bags, it's weird, but it works. That is how I feel about it. It does work. It's not the easiest thing to explain to somebody. You have to do this new thing. But it is effective. And ultimately, not only is it going to save us all of us, a ton of money, it's the right thing to do for our kids, because it is better for the environment. And when I do a school visit, they are the strongest champions for proper waste management, recycling, and so forth.
I'm not surprised to hear that at all. And I suspect the commissioner is smiling, so apparently I think
I did okay.
you got a thumbs up. You got a thumbs up, so there we go. Are there any other questions at this time? Okay, you too, thank you very much. Really appreciate you coming in. And that was probably a great segue to our next presentation. So if the three of you would come down, that would be terrific. We have Elizabeth Litchfield and Renee Rutkowski and James Steele with the District of Muskoka Engineering and Public Works, who are here to talk to us about the district solid waste program. And in fact, we invited you because we had, and look, they're staying because they would, no pressure, just because we have enormous interest in our community about the transition and how it's working and what it all means. And really, Councillor Morrison started that conversation. No, that was good. That was great. Okay, over to the three of you. James, are you kneeling or are you sitting? Do you have, so what? I see, okay. All right, it looks, well, as long as you're sitting, that's good. Thank you. All right, over to you.
So through you, Mayor Alcock, firstly, we wanted to say a big thank you to this council and members of the public and staff for being interested in learning about our upcoming changes to solid waste. So quickly, we actually attended Town of Huntsville to share some of the changes on solid waste with the staff team. So it's nice to recognize some of those faces in the room today. And this really came out of our solid waste master plan that the district is undertaking and working collaboratively with the area municipalities and their staff to keep them informed through the process. So that brings us to today and the interest in learning more about the solid waste changes. So actually, our first topic we're going to discuss today is about the Clear Bag program. So our first slide here, it really sums up the need for the program very well in one slide. More than half of the materials that are set out in Muskoka's garbage didn't need to take up landfill space. This isn't a stat from another municipality. This is right here in Muskoka based on our curbside waste audits. So why do we care if there's stuff in the garbage that doesn't need to go to the landfill? Well, for us, we really care when there's food waste in the garbage that shouldn't be in the landfill. And one of the reasons for this is that when food waste degrades in a landfill setting, so it's smushed down, it has no exposure to oxygen, it creates methane. And that's a very powerful greenhouse gas that's being emitted from our landfill. Versus if we divert that food waste and compost it in open windrow systems, it's exposed to oxygen and it doesn't degrade with as much methane, which results in fewer greenhouse gases. So we're going to share a video reel that we did on the Clear Bag program to sum up the key benefits there. And I'm told to be patient. It will play. Oh, it did.
Muskoka's one and only landfill is filling up too fast. We need to do a better job at keeping materials that don't belong in the ground out of our garbage bags. Right now, up to 50% of what ends up in our black bags could be diverted, like compost, recycling, and reuse. That's half of our waste going to the wrong place. And that's why we're joining 2 million Canadians in a Clear Bag program. More recyclables and organics will be sorted out, meaning less waste, less greenhouse gases, and a longer life for our landfill. It's about safety too. Clear bags help our waste collectors see and avoid dangerous items before they cause harm. Plus, they keep hazardous waste out of the landfill where it doesn't belong. Your privacy is important to us. That's why the Clear Bag program allows up to 2 smaller, solid-colored privacy bags inside each clear bag. It's time for a clear commitment to a greener Muskoka. The Clear Bag program rolls out curbside March 2025 and at district waste facilities January 2026.
Thank you, Commissioner Steele. So thank you for watching that reel with us today. The purpose was really to show the different types of strategies we've been using when communicating to the public and to make this program as easily understood as possible. But what I did want to share with everyone today is really our 3 key messages when it comes to why we're moving forward with the Clear Bag program. So 1, it's saving our landfill. And as Chair Lehman spoke to, we only have 1 left and we want to make it last as long as possible, both for our financial best interests and that of the environment. Number 2, we want to make sure we're encouraging diversion. We pay for diversion programs like organics collection, and we need to ensure that people are using that appropriately. What that also ensures is that products that can have a second life do and don't need to take up needless space in the landfill. And our last key message here is really about safety. So having a Clear Bag program creates a more safe environment for our collectors and our staff when they're handling those garbage bags. This slide here we shared with our Engineering and Public Works Committee at the district, and it was really to let the community know some of the concerns we were hearing within the community when this program was first discussed last summer. We also wanted to share some of the positive sentiment. And really, we took this all under very careful consideration when we moved forward with communicating and promoting the program in the public. So the main concerns around this program were not unique to Muskoka. So there's been many municipalities that have made this transition before, and their knowledge sharing and information was very powerful for us, and it helped us really tailor our program to build on their success. So privacy concerns. We've incorporated opaque privacy bags in our program so that if there's any items folks wish to remain private, they have the ability to do so. We also have it so that anyone placing out their garbage can do within a container or a bare bin, just like they're setting out at the curb now. We wanted to provide a lot of notice, which is why it was first discussed last summer and then more broadly communicated last fall, but we can't provide too much notice either because it prolongs the change and actually makes it harder on residents. We have our enforcement strategy under place, so we will have a period of flexibility at the curb so that everyone can adjust. We're not going to expect perfection on March 3rd, but we're going to bring people online and make it so that we can all be diverting better for our community. We also heard a lot about concern about having too much supply of garbage bags. And so we did have a partnership with Glad Canada with free samples and coupons to help make that change a little bit easier for folks. And there is availability here at Town of Huntsville. Once the program does launch, it's going to be very important that we promote its success within the community. So that's part of why we'll have a dashboard of success metrics, clear FAQs, and we have the clear commitment right now on our Project Engage page for people wanting more information. So here's just some example of some of the communication techniques we've used, and I encourage anyone that hasn't checked them out yet to give it a read. I'm going to hand it over now to Elizabeth.
So the next two slides actually show you some photos from our curbside audit, which Director Rakoski had alluded to earlier. So first, I'll say it as a question, but then I'll answer myself. Where does used clothing go? And that's if it's good to use by others, not if it's truly worn out and truly not useful, that can go to the landfill. But if it is useful, we actually ask that you consider donating it or reuse of some kind, clothing swaps, marketplace, etc. We say that because when we did do our curbside audit last year, we did find a significant amount of textiles that were in very good condition and should not have gone to waste. Another question, where does sharp metal or dangerous objects go? It was alluded to in the video we showed earlier, but it definitely shouldn't go loose in our garbage. Again, it is a safety concern for our workers. There's a few different ways you can address it. Like if you had broken glass, that can be recycled, but we ask that it's put in a box labeled broken glass so that our drivers can see it very clearly. And what about food waste? Hopefully in your green bin. This is a good opportunity to talk about our waste app and our waste wizard. So a lot of people ask, where does X go? A lot of that isn't changing for us. Really, it's just the color of your bag. But that being said, we always have the information available if your district staff are not sitting in front of you giving you a presentation. It's available on our website or on a mobile app, and a lot of people use it a lot. And we also are able to send notifications and other things out when there's poor weather or when we're starting a new campaign. We're able to get that out, and we actually see a lot more engagement through that app than we even do through some of our news releases. So it's been a very good tool for us. This slide really just indicates that we have these diversion programs, we're paying for them, and people aren't using them, right? Over half of those eligible, at least through our audit, were not participating in the green bin program. As the conversation carried on earlier, this is really talking about our organics program. So we started with the program only available in our urban areas, and over the last 3 years have worked to expand that. And we're really excited to say that come the end of spring, so Q2 this year, all of our curbside collection units will have green bin organics available to them. That is in part to really address and work towards our Clear Bag program. But there's also been a lot of conversation provincially about food waste and whether or not that'll be allowed in landfills. And while those regulations have not come to pass yet, if they do, we'll be in a really good position from a food waste and organic standpoint. This slide, while it does have a dancing bear, is really about being responsive to feedback. So there are two key things here. One is that those curbside collection units that are using roadside bins or bare bins, you can put your green bin in there. You can get collection of your organics green bin if you put your green bin in the roadside bin. I think there's been a little bit of confusion about that, but our contractors will service the roadside bin if you want to put your green bin in there. The other part that we've heard is that some roadside bins might not necessarily fit our standard size green bin. So we've come up with a solution, which is our Bin Buddy. So it's a smaller unit. And maybe if we go to the next slide, you could see our green bin family. It's a smaller green unit that fits in a roadside bin much easier, but also fits under the counter easier. Maybe if you're in a smaller apartment or a smaller unit, they fit easier there. And While our kitchen catchers, the beige container on the slide, won't be serviced at the curb, our bin buddies will. So the large standard green bin or our little green bin buddy will be serviced at the curb. So those are two areas where we've been very responsive to feedback to really get more people engaged in our program. That slide also showed some communication we have at all of our transfer stations, but really it's just about getting people engaged. And it also had a link to a form on our website. If you were missed, if you're missing a green bin or you somehow think we missed a delivery for you, please fill out that form. We put a social media post out about it on February 12th, and we've had over 300 responses. With 327 deliveries scheduled and a few more responses probably in our expansion in the spring, but really seeing that engagement there. So please forward people there, and that form includes both the standard size and the bin buddy size. This slide really indicates while our recycling program we're more successful in using that diversion, I think probably because it's been around longer, it's a little more familiar to people. We still have opportunities to not be sending about a third of our materials to recycling even. And some of that is wish cycling, so thinking something's recyclable when it's really not. But there is opportunities there as well. But we are more successful in this diversion program. That leads us to the Blue Box program in a transition. When we had presented to staff and even prepared this presentation for our own district staff, we were closer to the transition, but that did occur in November of last year. So extended producer responsibility is really a model for a provincial regulation, which means that producers of the Blue Box materials are now responsible for the collection, processing, and recycling of those materials in Muskoka and other municipalities throughout Ontario. Our transition occurred on November 19th of last year. The service level residents see at the curb as of last year is not changing. We will be providing an update to the Engineering and Public Works Committee this summer about upcoming changes that we could see as early as 2026, but nothing should be changing this year. What it really, a key highlight here is that one of the main challenges with this program is that we used to have an integrated waste program where we were responsible for all of our waste management programs, and now specific to Blue Box recyclables, we're not. It's circular materials. And so that's been challenging where residents could come to us as a one-stop shop. That's not necessarily the case anymore. This slide really shows why producer responsibility is helpful, and Tim Hortons is an example on the slide where those paying for the program are now accountable for where those materials are going. So black plastic, which used to be used in Tim Hortons lids, is not recyclable. For those of you who were able to go see our materials recycling facility, the conveyor belts that are black, the sensors that exist right now just can't see those lids, and thus it's not helpful in that diversion program. And you could see, as I'm sure if you pick up your regular Timmy's order, that they have switched to white lids. And that's one example where that's been helpful. That being said, as I already mentioned, it can be a challenge to communicate with our residents, and I'm sure you all have experienced that, your staff as well. So we are trying to get this message out there. This is on our website, but please, if there are recycling specific questions, they need to go to GFL, who is the contractor for circular materials, or circular materials themselves. We are still a host for circular materials, as they are still collecting recyclables at our waste facilities, and we also, in our agreement with circular materials, agreed to communicate on their behalf through our waste app that I was promoting earlier, but they are in charge of the management of the program. That Blue Box transition has what's known as eligible and non-eligible sources of recycling, which aligns with the level of service in the Municipal Act. The district was previously providing service outside of that level we were obligated to in that act, over and above. But really, when this transition happened, it was made very apparent what was eligible and what was ineligible as we shifted the management there, which led to our downtown business collection area. So we were instructed to continue curbside collection for industrial, commercial, and institutional sources within our downtown business collection areas. As with all recycling services, like I mentioned, we will provide update at committee in the summer, but that's how that program came about. I heard some giggles. It was very exciting here in Huntsville. I know. Exciting is a way to put it for sure.
So thank you, Elizabeth, for that. Just wanting to conclude this presentation today, we really wanted to focus on what the future of waste management will look like in Muskoka. So the district right now is underway with our solid waste master plan. We've come to the conclusion of phase 1, and we're excited to bring that report forward to our Engineering and Public Works Committee in March of this year. And that's really going to focus on our existing level of service and setting us up for what are the decisions that are going to come through phase 2. So phase 2 is really going to be focused on the options for waste management. It's going to have a lot of opportunities for engagement with the public. So we're excited to host some in-person engagement opportunities in all the area municipalities. And so we'll have more information available on that to share in the spring and summer, but wanted to give everyone at this table that understanding. And if you have an interest in shaping the future of waste and being involved in the master plan, our Engineering and Public Works Committee is our council sponsor group, our district council sponsor group for that project. So just really wanted to share that message. To date, in terms of engagement, which is always a very important aspect of any master plan, we focused on engagement interviews to frame how that process is looking across the district. We have a community-based steering committee that also provides valuable input and insight into that plan development, and you'll see a full reporting on those engagements delivered with phase 1 of the master plan. So that sums up our what's changing with waste and how we're planning for the next 30 years of waste management in Muskoka. Thank you for your time tonight.
So thank you to all three of you for being here and for a fantastic presentation. I think one of the things that Chair Lehman alluded to earlier is the whole role around communications. And on so many things, it's absolutely key. This area, it's absolutely key, as was highlighted on one of your last slides that some of us giggled around. But it's a Herculean task that you have before you, especially transitioning to the producer responsibility. I'm assuming that lots of municipalities are kind of going through the same growing pains, and we will probably continue to go through those. But this is part of the process, and being here to present the why, the very big why, it's massively important for the future of waste collection in our community. So with that, questions? Councillor Cloutier, followed by Councillor Schumacher.
Through you, Maria. Okay, I just have a couple things. It was asked the question yesterday, the drivers. How much time are they going to take in, and how much training are they going to have to look at a bag quickly or whatever? What training have they been given so far for this?
So through you, your worship, that's a great question. When it comes to our collection contractors, district staff have actually been to their tailboard meetings to deliver that training on the Clear Bag program. And actually in March, district solid waste staff will be at the curb using those initial strategies, documenting participation rates when it comes to the Clear Bag. So our collection contractor isn't alone. We don't expect to hand this program over to them and have them enforce it immediately on day 1 at the curb. This is a joint process that district staff, our solid waste team, myself included, are in the field and working with them to make that transition seamless.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to break rules here. I'm going to keep going because I know everybody else has lots of stuff. Another kind of a two-part thing, the job site dumpsters that are at job sites that more frequently get filled up with all the carpenters and everybody else's home garbage and green bags that just gets fired in there. Is there any way or repercussion going back to the contractors that are bringing that stuff? Because that's costing the taxpayer money, basically illegal dumping of garbage.
So through your worship, so are you referring to dumpsters that are at individual contractor job sites? Is that what you're
like
referring to?
you know, like say Aces Waste Management has a box, a large container box at a house that's being built or a condo that's being built, and everybody just fires it in and they come and pick it up a couple times a week.
Yep. No, so there's a couple different aspects to that question. So I just wanted to be sure that I was answering appropriately. So right now at the district's waste facility at our landfill, there is actually our tipping fee is higher. It's almost double when it's mixed waste. So if anyone's bringing bins such as those to our landfill, there's a higher mixed waste tipping fee. What we see is that there are private contractors out there that charge a lower tipping fee. Those are not ending up at the district's landfill necessarily. They have their own private facilities or their own private sources for those waste. So that's, I think, the easiest way I can answer that question there. But we do that higher mixed waste tipping fee is how the the ratepayers for the district solid waste are made whole for disposing of that waste.
Okay, I won't hold you up. Way you go.
Appreciated, Councillor Cluche. I will go to Councillor Schumacher.
Do you want me to just do like half of mine and come back again, or what do you? No, I'm serious. I have all of these. So starting with the first one, which is communication and the app. I do love the app. I've used it. I found out that my chip bags that I've normally been putting in recycling are not recycling. They're actually garbage. And yes, so I'm using the app very well. But, and our Aspen Hall board meeting minutes are coming up. I have a lovely lady who sits on the Aspen Hall board who's had her smartphone for a year and just learned how to use the flashlight on it. So she is not going to go to a Waste Wizard app. She is not going to go on the computer whatsoever. How does she find out that list of those things that she needs to know, and where does it go? I get that we don't want to do a bunch of paper because it's not environmentally friendly, but how does somebody like that in our community find out where things go?
Thank you for that question. I think that's an important message to share. So while we do always try to refer folks first to the Waste app, one, it's the most recent form of information. So sometimes things change where things go. So we like that app source. We have heard from members of the community that it is challenging if they don't have those tools. So we do have a resource, a one-page resource that tries to provide those quick links. So what I would say to your individual, if they're able to call the district, they can be routed to the solid waste team, and we will take care of making sure they have access to that information.
Now, Waste Wizard app says rinsing versus cleaning. Let's get down into some cream cheese container. And I'm not gonna take my cloth and wipe it. Is it okay if it goes in recycling with a little bit of cream cheese in the bottom?
I can honestly say I didn't expect these questions tonight. So thank you. Thank you for keeping it entertaining. So we will say, that's great. Well, hey, bring it. We're here. I will say for any of those jars, and I know Commissioner Steele shared a tip for us on his peanut butter jars. So any of those jars, if you place them in the top rack of your dishwasher, it'll clean them out for you. If recycling is contaminated, so that, again, I'm speaking on circular materials stream here. But yes, any significant contamination, so if there's actually visible food left in a clunk in there, it will go to the garbage. It will be recycling.
Knew the answer, but I just thought I'd bring it up because it does say rinsing, so you are going to have some people. Okay, to Councillor Cluche's point, you guys are going through the green bags clear bags, and if it doesn't get picked up, does somebody get sort of an understanding as to why, like a list, and how they can go through? Because I think the first time it happens for somebody, they might get frustrated, and that's where I've heard from constituents saying, I'm not going to do this anymore, or it's going to go in the ditch somewhere or whatever, those kinds of things. So how do we make it positive for that person that they didn't maybe get it picked up that first time?
So thank you for that question also, because I think that is a good message to share. I will say that our approach is informed by behavior change training that our solid waste team has taken, and our approach will first be focusing on the participation rate. So when it comes to March, clear bags at the curb, we're most concerned with folks using a clear bag. That'll be our main focus, our main approach, because you need to start somewhere. Then once we get our participation rate at an appropriate level, we will switch to what's in the clear bag, is it acceptable or not? So it's that two-tiered approach. We have custom stickers designed for this campaign to leave with folks on their bins because in the beginning, if we pick up their bag and we warn them, hey, it wasn't in a clear bag, we took it today, there's that message there so they understand for next time. There'll be a similar message conveyed if it says, hey, your garbage did not had unacceptable items in it. They'll have, again, a same sticker and a resource to contact for us so we can help walk them through and get them participating in line with our program so that their waste can continue to be collected.
You going to go to someone else before
I was going to check. I think we'll go to Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Worship.
All right.
Through you, if I may. So, dark bags, green or black bags, will still be allowed to be used at the transfer sites for all of 26. 25.
For
So
2025.
at 26, it's over. Okay. The other question I had was, when we have a snow event and the trucks don't actually get to some of the locations to pick up garbage, this happened just recently, obviously, and they got a sticker on their garbage. Well, they're not going to take their garbage out of their bin and put it back. So have we figured out a way to deal with that, or a way to communicate that to our people?
So I think that is a great opportunity where we could take that feedback away and communicate that to folks to share that message. We have heard from some that they know why the sticker was placed, but it still feels like they've done something wrong, right? So they don't appreciate that. So I think if there's a way we can share that message, perhaps through our waste app, to make it more obvious. You might have got a sticker that's just our collection contractor doing their job and making sure they're picking up in line with the contract requirements. But I will definitely take that away and appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah, and just to follow up to that, if they do miss it for some reason, is it in the contract? Whose responsibility is it? Do they actually get to miss that pickup cycle of 2 weeks? Or should they be doing both and making up for it on the day of recycling when we're on a 2-week cycle?
So
You-
what
You
no.
don't need to answer that because you may not be able to right now.
No, I think what I would say to that is right now within our current contract, when a collection day is missed due to weather and due to health and safety concerns for the driver and both for those residents and other vehicles that might be on the road with a collection vehicle on during those times, there's not the ability with the current staffing in our contract and our collection fleet to be able to do a double pickup the next day. We don't have it or resourced at that capacity. So right now, that's how we're able to operate the contract, but I do appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Councillor Stone.
Thanks very much. So from my own personal experience, I would like to see more suggestions about how to do different things. So I've used the Waste Wizard app and I've got the list on my fridge. So plastic bags are recyclable. Well, do I throw them in loose? Do I fill a plastic bag with all my plastic bags? Are all the plastic bags able to be used or recycled? Suggestions about when my compost freezes solid and the guys don't dump it out, now I've got the next week's worth of compost going on top of my frozen compost. So if there were suggestions to how to resolve some of these situations, I think it would help.
So thank you for that feedback. I'll say it's definitely something we can incorporate right now. Last year, the district launched a Know Where It Goes social media campaign. So that's where we also share messaging about chip bags that I hear was discussed. So that's great. We've also shared messaging about greasy pizza boxes belonging in the compost bin, right? So there's different opportunities for us to do that. So we'll certainly take that consideration. If there's a way we can also include those suggestions. Thanks for sharing.
As you can see, council's prepared for your presentation. and that's a good thing. And you're doing very well, I have to say. All right, Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. And I should say, anytime I've ever reached out to this team, I get an answer very quickly, and it always justifies or answers the question to the point where the public is usually satisfied. So it's really great that we have that resource. And I hope the media, I really hope that the media is watching, or the tens of thousands of the public that are watching. I want everyone to see these slides we saw tonight, because and it's unfair for us to expect the public just to understand this change without knowing all the stuff that you guys know and that we've learned through you. What I really wish, so many myths on social media of that it's a police state and we're doing this and doing that for all the different reasons. It's so not true. And my eyes were opened when I actually went to the facilities and saw how hard everyone's working, and the fact that they are looking at diversion, and the stuff that I saw in the landfill and in the recycling, like hair dryers and irons and toasters and stuff. So we're not just doing this willy-nilly. There's a lot of reasons. Let's face it, there's two reasons we're doing it, environmentally and financially. And let's be honest as well, not everyone has to care about the environment, even though they should. So for those that don't, and one big thing that flipped me around on this, because at first I was hesitant because I didn't know what I didn't know. The one big thing that flipped me was the quote of how much money it costs per ton to process landfill compared to how much money it costs per ton to process compost or recycling. So not just the cost of a potential landfill down the road, a new one, but the day-to-day savings for the district. The taxpayers do care about their taxes. So I forget the number, but if you could share that with us, that'd be great, if you have it.
Thank you. Through you, your worship. I don't have the per ton cost, but I think the important point at hand. But I think the important point is, you know, if you're putting things that should be in compost, that's an unlimited resource. There's a constant throughput. Everything that goes there goes somewhere else. Doesn't end up there in perpetuity. Every cubic meter that goes into the landfill is there forever. And so that's a resource that you're throwing away, especially if you're taking the space up because of material that can go somewhere else. So whether it can go in recycling, whether it can go in compost, or whether you choose not to buy it altogether. And I think the one number that I frequently use is Ottawa did an assessment of what their next landfill would cost, and it was $500 million. And so Ottawa is a larger municipality than Muskoka. But the reality is, with environmental constraints, with the costs of an engineered landfill, for example, that was the estimate that Ottawa had, and they've rethought what they're going to do next. And so I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but I think they're real big numbers. And so I think that's the important part of saving every cubic meter of space in landfill, because the next landfill, if you can find a home for it, is going to be really, really expensive. And actually, City of Toronto just released an expression of interest asking other municipalities, would you host our next landfill? And so within 10 years, many municipalities in Ontario won't have capacity to dispose of waste. And so what that means is shipping out outside of the province, perhaps, energy from waste facilities. And so all those things are really expensive options. And so we're trying to convince folks that this is a precious resource. I know it's a landfill and people think of it as it's the dump, but we look at it as a gold reserve. That's our Fort Knox for the waste system. And so you wouldn't want to throw those gold bars away. And so why are we throwing away that airspace in the landfill? And I guess that's sort of my soapbox for this meeting.
Follow up.
And follow up with the same theme. And these are the kind of answers we get when we call, right? And talk about aerobic versus anaerobic and all those other things. Again, on cost, I was a bit shocked at our diversion rate. I think Councillor Armour, Deputy Mayor Armour was letting me know it's like 37%, where cities like Oakville, I think, are up around 80%. So I think for the public to know, this isn't staff just wanting to do stuff to inconvenience you, because it's going to be an inconvenience for staff more than anybody else. But what is there any kind of dollar figure? Well, first of all, the expected increase in diversion from us doing this, I know we have an idea for that. And then the money the taxpayers are actually going to save, if we can get to say a 40% or 50% or 60%, I don't know if we'll have a dollar figure, but it would be significant, would it not?
Through your worship, and I'll start, maybe Ms. Krakowski can jump in. So I think the diversion rates, certainly many municipalities have much higher diversion rates than Muskoka. For example, York Region is in the 90% diversion rate. And so when you think about the things that we can do as a community to improve that, they do it. They also have energy from waste, so they consider some portions of the materials that are left over as recovered, and so that they consider that diversion. But you know, many municipalities without energy from waste are north of 60%. We're still in the 30s, so there's still work to be done. And I think, and I understand it's another thing that you have to worry about in your day, and so it seems challenging. But I think to go to your cost, you know, I guess maybe Ms. Rakowski can speak to the specific costs. But I think it just goes back to, why would you waste the resource of the landfill?
Thank you. So the numbers that I like to provide are, when City of Markham was one of the first cities to transition to the Clear Bag program. So with a very gentle approach, with very drawn out, with lots of messaging, they saw an immediate increase to the diversion rate of 11%. City of Orillia transitioned to Clear Bag. They municipalities are moving away from the true diversion rate. There's going to be a different way of reporting things. This is again tied to recycling, now not part of the district's integrated waste system. But City of Orillia saw almost a 40% decrease in the amount of garbage collected at the curb. And in Muskoka, I think we could strive for very similar results, if not even better. We know that half of our garbage doesn't need to go to the landfill. So that's a huge potential for us. The other piece when it comes to cost is we just filled and finished cell 3, and we just opened cell 4 at the Rosewarne landfill. So that cell cost about $5 million to construct. And right now we're on a pace of about 2 to 3 years to fill a cell. So even if you improve how long it takes to make that next investment, you can see that the impact is in the millions for us.
It's so important the way you've described the urgency of now, right? You know, we have to get a handle on this right now. And I love the comment about treating our landfill as this is our jewel. This is because I remember from years ago how long the process takes to open, if you can find the site, if you get through the environmental approvals. It's a long time, well past our due date. Right? So I look at it and think it's probably unlikely that we even find another site for a new landfill. So this is the only route we have. And I guess on the positive note, we have a lot of room for improvement. So that's probably a positive way to looking at it. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be brief. Thank you very much for the presentation. And you did come to you came to our Zoom meeting for the BIA to talk about this as well. And there actually weren't that many questions, which I was surprised. But tonight there are. I just want to ask the question: the fact, like our report card saying that we're not very good at diversion of garbage. The fact that we have so many visitors that come to our community that are cottagers, that are short-term rental. I think sometimes people, when they come to our community, they just sort of get rid of their garbage. They don't think that it's affecting us, the community itself. So I think even the education and the communication with, through short-term rental owners or through, cottagers, all that sort of thing, that's a huge part of our community that's not maybe reached as well. So that's, and if I may just briefly to Councillor Stone asking about the frozen compost. Cam and I had the same problem, but we ended up just putting it into bags and then putting it into the container, as opposed to like lining the bag of the small container with a paper bag. Not a paper bag. It's those the compostable bags. Yeah, and then you tie it up and then you put that in the garbage or in the green bin. The small bags. And the food doesn't freeze. See? That's what we do. Oh, it still freezes, but it slides out a lot easier.
But it does slide out a lot easier because I've had that issue too, and it works. So we're having way too much fun on this issue. So Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Alcock. Thanks for being here tonight. I represent Chaffee Ward, which is about 43% of the votership in Huntsville, so it's a large population. And I'll be honest with you tonight. There's a lot of people that are very unhappy about the changes that are coming. I'm just being real tonight about it. I'm glad to hear that there's going to be a learning curve as we embark on this change. Anytime there's any kind of change, it's tough for folks, and that's that's the calls I'm getting right now, is that people are really having a hard time about the change. Good communication is key for any successful change. A lot of the folks I've talked to have felt that the district could have done a better job with communication. So I'm just passing along what I've heard from the folks I've talked to. I think if I could pick out anything from what I've heard tonight, it's that the focus for now is going to be on the use of the clear bag, getting people to buy into the use of the clear bag. So it sounds like that's the plan, and that we'll work the rest out as we go along. So, but just giving you some feedback from the folks I've talked to.
Thank you for that. And I noticed nodding on the comment about the focus is on the use of the clear bag. Okay, I think I'm going back to, okay, all right. Well, thank you very much for guiding me. That's good. Councillor Morrison, and then followed by Councillor.
And I'll just be really quick. I think that the biggest message here is there's going to be a bit of pain for sure. But if we don't go through the steps with the pain, we're never going to get to where we have to be. And it's just a necessary evil, if you will, the painful part. And I think as a community, we all have to step up. If you care about the environment or your pocketbook, it's time to do better. And we're a very responsible recycling family, but I've realized I need to change some stuff. So, but the question is, I just want to follow up on energy from waste. You mentioned, Commissioner Steele. Is that incinerating of garbage and turning it into energy? And if so, is it something that Muskoka could ever consider?
Through your worship, and thank you. I thought you were turning it off yourself. So energy from waste is incineration. It is a very clean, the technology is fairly clean now. So in Durham and York partnered to build an energy from waste facility at Clarington near the nuclear plant. And they actually post their smokehouse emissions, smokestack emissions on the side of the building. So anyone can drive by. If you've ever driven down Clarington, and you see this big building on the south side of the highway, you can see what their existing emissions are coming out of the smokestack. And so that was part of their approval process. And through the solid waste master plan that Ms. Verkowski is working on right now and the team, we will be looking at all the options that are available for the future of waste, whether it's and it could be landfill, it could be export, it could be energy from waste. There are other technologies, so we're really looking at everything that's available and trying to find the right solution for Muskoka, especially because we're in a unique position. We're not a massive municipality, and so some of those facilities you require, north of 100,000 tons a year. We're at 30,000 tons a year. And so, so you have to figure out where you get the economies of scale. And so the master plan will look at that and then look at potential opportunities to improve what we're doing and find the right solution for the next 30 years in Muskoka.
That's really great to hear. I know Councillor Johnson and Gravenhurst will be very happy about that. So, Councillor Schumacher. And then I
Thank
think
you,
we
through
should-
you, your worship, and thank you again, and thanks for listening to me. So yeah, and I guess just to a comment about what Mayor Alcock was saying, even if we find the place and the environmental, the NIMBYism that's going to come up if we try to create a new landfill in somewhere else is just not going to happen. So, and gone are the days of 45 years ago when it used to be fun for me on a Friday night with the parents to go watch the dump in Port Sydney and the Bears. So that just doesn't happen anymore. We're grateful for the site that we do have. So back to my list. Okay. With going to clear bags, and I'm looking at from an economy standpoint, if somebody uses just their blue bin, great. But if they use a blue recycle bag, can they now use both the clear bag, garbage, and clear for recycle? And that would save them some cost.
So this is a question that we are dealing with in our waste inbox frequently, as well as messaging through the app. So blue recycling bag must be for blue recycling. It cannot be used for waste. So an acceptable garbage bag for Muskoka is a clear, colorless, transparent bag.
But could you use the clear garbage bag for recycling?
So we also advise folks not to use the clear bag for
Okay.
recycling. We do ask that it be tinted blue. And the reason for that is, one, at the curb for collection contractors, it is quicker and you're less likely to have any challenges at the curb if you have it separate. So that's the messaging we've been sharing for everyone. The other piece, again, it goes back to the transition to producer responsibility. We don't know in the future what will be acceptable for that recycling stream. Blue box, blue bag, that could change, and that's at the will of that organization.
Thank you for that. Now, the green bin program, most people I know with my house, I got the bigger green one and one small container. Is that what most people can get, or can they get another? Like, I'm just thinking, I went out and bought another one for my bathroom because now I'm thinking, okay, I used to just have a garbage in my bathroom and everything went in the bathroom, garbage. I'll be honest. Now I've got to look at, okay, Q-tips go garbage, Kleenex goes here. I'm trying to be good about this. So can you get another bin, or do you have to, again, go to Home Depot or Canadian Tire and purchase?
So one of the messages that we've been trying to share, and I'm grateful that I can share with you all here, is you can purchase green bins at the district's transfer stations. Yes, it's for a cost, but we sell them at our cost. So they're not marked up like you'll see at some of the other retailers. So we do sell the kitchen catchers, we do sell the bin buddies, which is the smaller green bin, and the large standard size green bin.
I think I did know that too, but it was just quicker to go to Home Depot. They don't sell the bags though. for the bin.
Councillor Schumacher, have you exhausted your list?
No, actually, I'm not. Almost, though.
Oh,
Almost.
almost?
Almost. I
Good.
think I've got a couple more. So to Councillor Fitzgerald's point, we did have a missed. So my understanding is it's coming up this Thursday. They get 4 bags at the, because they missed when you guys didn't collect. Notification came out pretty late, but I understand there is a notification app. So, because the frustration, and I hear to Councillor Clark's point, is that you have to get your waste out by 7. You've now gone to work and the notification came out after 9. So how do we help people with that? There is the notification app, I understand. It is being picked up 2 weeks later. And my understanding is also it is actually 5 bags because they get 1 extra for the holiday weekend, correct?
So that's correct. When there is a missed collection event, we do message that they're eligible for double their collection limit at their next scheduled event. And you're right, after holiday weekends, there is an extra bag limit allowance. That was the most recent missed collection was a late decision, and it really involved the weather impacting our collection contractor able to have enough staff able to go and service that route. So it wasn't known until after that 7 o'clock time, and we had to make that call and share that messaging as quickly as we could in the community. So I do understand, and it can certainly be very frustrating for those folks, and we'll strive to provide that messaging as early as we can.
Thank you. So yeah, that's great. And then, yeah, it is all holidays, correct? Not just, because when I look at the website, it only kind of lists a few, and I think it gets people confused. Perfect. And my COVID Kleenex, do I have to put a list on that, or like the broken glass or whatever? It's just not a big deal. Everybody looks after their own PPE, good stuff. And then lastly, and I think Chair Lehman touched on this just before you guys started, was school visits. You guys go into the schools, because I know as a young gaffer, I might not have listened to my parents around like swimming lessons, but I listened to my swimming instructor when they said get out of the water because there's lightning. I might not have listened to my parents. So I'm just saying that school kids might listen more coming from you than if their parent is standing there over the yelling at them which stream it goes in.
So our solid waste team is thrilled to do outreach visits. So it's something we're very passionate about. We just had a great event with the Eco Sprouts Club at Bracebridge Lumber Center recently. So it's something we're passionate about. So if anyone is interested, or you have anyone reaching out to you, you can always direct them to us at waste@muskoka.on.ca.
Thank you for exhausting my list.
I thank you for all of those questions. I actually am really thrilled that everybody prepared for this, because lots of great questions, a lot of great answers, and this is exactly what we had hoped for. And to Councillor Clark's point, we're all hearing all sorts of things, but this is part of the process, and we're all learning as we go. And to Councillor Morrison's comment, we have to do this. This is so important for so many reasons. So thank you again for coming. We're very appreciative. And with that, we're going to move on. So thank you. Okay, so we're going to go through the next part of the agenda fairly quickly, and I will have a break just before we start our reports from municipal officers, just so everybody knows. So we are moving to minutes. We have a motion moved by Councillor Cloutier, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the following council meeting minutes be adopted as printed and circulated. Regular meeting January 27th, 25, and the planning meeting February 12th, 2025. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you all for coming. Okay, we're moving on to reports from committees, starting with 7.1.1, Huntsville Lake Bays Chamber of Commerce, December 5th, 2024. Councillor Renwick, any comments?
Thank you, Worship. No comments. All the information is in the report. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer, but if not, it's just there for your information.
Okay, thank you for that. It's really great reading all of the minutes, so there's just so much going on. It's crazy. Are there any questions? Okay, then we'll move right along. 7.1.2, Huntsville Municipal Accommodation Tax, January 21st, 2025. Councillor Morrison, any comments?
No updates. I wasn't able to attend that meeting because I had a district conflict because something had gotten moved. So other than what's in the minutes, I don't have anything to add.
All right, then we will move right along with that. 7.1.3 Aspen Community Hall, February 10th, 25. Councillor Schumacher, anything to add?
Nope, minutes are there for review. We actually weren't going to have that meeting, but we called it because we hadn't had one in a while and we need to clear some stuff up, so.
Okay, are there any questions about those? I don't see any. Thank you for that. And now we're moving to reports for adoption, and starting with, we have a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Armour, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting minutes for January 28th, 25, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Would anybody like to speak to these? No, I think it's all, oh,
That would be
Councillor
me.
Schumacher? Sure.
No, they're there. I believe we do have the one item that is later
do.
on the agenda, and that's pretty
And
much
we
what
can-
we had talked about. We can discuss there.
Okay, so maybe, are there any questions with respect to the minutes? I don't see any, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Councillor Renwick.
Sorry, and I wasn't
Did
paying
I call-
attention, but I'm just noticing on this handout, there's no mention about the downtown Huntsville BIA minutes or the
Oh.
library board. Am I looking at something different here?
No, you're right. Oh,
So under the, before the Aspen Community Hall,
yep.
there should be the Huntsville Public Library Board as well as the downtown Huntsville BIA.
And it's not on our agenda. If we don't, that's right, I think we changed that at some point so that we don't have minutes from them.
Yes, we do. We've always had minutes from the BIA and from the
Yeah,
library
in
board.
fact, I thought I read the minutes. So may I ask, our deputy clerk, what the response, because you're right, I thought I read minutes.
Sorry, we hadn't received any minutes prior to posting the agenda, which is why they're not included.
Thank you. That's what I mean. Okay. So we typically do have minutes, but on this occasion, so it's not on this agenda,
Right,
but because there's no minutes, it's not on this agenda.
Right.
But it is listed here. Okay. Thank you.
okay. Appreciate that. And so, did you want to, no, okay, all right. So we're comfortable? All right. And I'm looking back, so we signed that last motion. Moving on to the next, we have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that the General Committee meeting minutes dated January 29th, 25, and the recommendations contained therein be adopted as printed and circulated. Comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. And with that, that's it. We're going to take a 10-minute biological break. All right? Okay, thank you very much, Dave. Welcome back, everybody, and thank you for allowing us to have a quick break. So with that, we are moving to reports from municipal officers, starting with 8.1, with respect to report number development 2025-18, Regional Climate Change Adaptation Plan Recap Implementation. And the next two reports are being presented by Trevor Donald, our climate change coordinator, and it is with great sadness, actually, that these will be the last reports you deliver to this council, that you're returning home to the East Coast, and for lots of different reasons, but it's not because you really disliked it here. That's what I hear. I just want to say that from my perspective, you were here at a really important transitional time for us on this particular issue around environment and climate change. Your input has been unbelievably important and very much appreciated by people around this table. And the fact that you were also the first person to share your time with the township of Lake of Bays was also somewhat unique and in doing something like this. And it takes a brave soul to do something like that. And thank you for responding and adapting so well to that. We're going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. So with that introduction, now knock your socks off when you do this report. Thank you, Trevor. Before you do this, I have to read the motion. I forgot. I'm all emotional. There we go. So I have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Schumacher, seconded by Councillor Renwick. Whereas the town of Huntsville recognizes that extreme weather events are projected to become more extreme going forward, and as a result, there is a duty of care to better protect and safeguard the community and homes from climate-related hazards like flooding, wildfire, and extreme heat. And whereas the town of Huntsville endorsed the District of Muskoka Climate Change Adaptation Plan recap in principle in 2023. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the town of Huntsville consults the updated and consolidated list of adaptation actions and priority actions for implementation attached to this report when considering asset renewal and capital budgeting. And further, that the town of Huntsville continues to work in conjunction with the Muskoka area municipalities to review and apply for joint funding opportunities where deemed appropriate and applicable. Okay, with that, over to you, Mr. Donald.
So through the mayor, thank you for the introduction. It touched me, but I will try to get through here. So, as was introduced in the motion, the original adaptation plan was developed through the district and area municipalities in the community and adopted by council in principle in 2023. So this is the implementation plan that was outlined in the strategic plan. So the core tenet behind these area municipal climate ready plans is to harness the strength of the municipalities and implement these plans to build climate action over time. And that's for both mitigation and adaptation. We recognize climate change isn't some distant threat, it's the current reality. As we confront the urgent and escalating harm of extreme weather, to avoid trade-offs, there needs to be investment in climate resilience alongside emission reductions. So take, for example, local governments are increasingly be expected to provide their residents with respite from heat and wildfire smoke by opening up its facilities as cooling and fresh air centers. Improving a community building's envelope and HVAC system improves its energy efficiency, reducing costs, and increases a building's ability to provide a safe space for residents year-round. The event that happened earlier this year in November, the snowfall event was mentioned. So even if Huntsville doesn't see as much snowfall as its neighboring area municipalities, the state of emergency south of us caused canceled or delayed medical appointments and stranded travelers and truckers. The climate is changing, and with warmer temperatures, the Great Lakes will see less ice cover, and as a result, even more large snowfall events. We're seeing fluctuating temperatures where big snowfall events are followed by unseasonable warmth, precipitation as rainfall, and the rising risk of flooding. We are susceptible to the risks and vulnerabilities of these climate impacts, and that is why the Regional Climate Change Adaptation Plan, or RECAP, needs to be implemented. Being resilient means to be forward-thinking, adaptable, and capable of change. Resilience should be for the whole community. Not everyone can run out and buy a generator when the power has been out for days. Resilience cannot be something that a few people can buy, but instead it needs to be something everybody can contribute to as part of a larger community. We need to look out for one another, short-term and long-term, in ways both big and small. And with that, I will take any questions.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm looking around the table. Yes, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. Thanks for all the hard work you've done. I'm just wondering, are you able to work remotely? Anyhow, thanks again, Trevor.
Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I do have a question, and I don't blame any Maritimer for wanting to go home. So I just ask that you have a big donaire for me as soon as you get there. I guess what we're seeing now, nobody doubts that we have to do everything we can for the climate. We're having struggles with the cost when we have really tight resources and whatnot. In the work that you're doing, are you seeing ways that municipalities are mitigating the cost, finding cost-effective ways to achieve these goals? And do you have any advice for us moving forward of how we can do better without costing the taxpayer an unburdenable or too much of a burden on the cost?
So through the mayor to Councillor Morrison, as outlined in the plan or the report that I provided with the plan, currently right now for mitigation, it's about 95% of funding is going to net zero and about 5% is going to adaptation. So I stress doing multi-solving, looking at what we can do for both with the same amount of money. How can we build resilience, but also, for example, and that was in my introduction, build resiliency. So through Federation of Canadian Municipalities, for example, they launched an adaptation stream last year, knowing that there is a significant shortfall in adaptation. And this is partly because of insurance companies want to see municipalities doing more with their residents. And so they're lobbying the government to do more. I was at a symposium last week in Toronto. All of Ontario was represented, health units, conservation authorities, municipalities, large, big, and small. And that was through the staff capacity program through an organization. And we were able to access that. And so we were able to get a consultant essentially for free to do work with all 5 area municipalities that participated in that program. So we're not there yet in terms of the adaptation, but we recognize that there are shortfalls and we're trying to address them.
Thank you for that. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock, and thanks, Trevor, for your work that you've done while you've been here. I do have some concerns about the plan, but mostly it's along the same lines as Councillor Morrison, and that's the costs that might be passed along to our taxpayers. But I understand that this particular plan is more of a regional plan that's looking at improving the resilience to climate change across the entire region, not just Huntsville. So,
Thank you for that comment. I guess along the same line, though, the way I understand it, it's also setting out some possible activities that have a low impact as far as our budget and things that could be done. I give an example of review or develop policies that encourage the incorporation of low impact development features. And green infrastructure into new development and redevelopment projects. I see something like that as this shouldn't be a huge burden on the municipality. It just kind of makes sense. And doing it in collaboration with the other municipalities so we're not all reinventing the same wheel it seems to make sense. Am I interpreting that correctly, Trevor?
So through the mayor, you're correct. The mitigation and the adaptation have been fairly siloed. So take, for example, Durham Region. They launch a home improvement program. You can do retrofits to make your home more energy efficient. But then on top of that, they add backwater valves for your basement, or maybe somebody goes down to your basement and makes recommendations on how to, prevent your basement from flooding, because your basement floods. That's a week off work. It's headaches with insurance companies, and it's hauling stuff out onto the street. So there are ways, as like outlined, and to again try to do both with the limited capacity that the municipality has in staffing and support, and it's building on top of what's started and building out from there.
Thank you for that. I appreciate it. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thanks, Trevor. Very thorough report. I actually am going to have to read it 3 or 4 times to go through and see where we are, but it was a pleasure chairing the committee that you absolutely guided us through. Without your intuition and resources, we wouldn't have made it to this point. So thank you.
I echo that. All right, I don't see any other questions, so I will call the question on this. All those in favor? Okay, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. And now we will move on to the second report. I do again have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald, whereas committee received the corporate GHG inventory and regional climate change mitigation plan developed by Tatum Engineering with input and feedback from Muskoka area municipalities on December 11th, 2024. And whereas staff were requested to review the plan and come back to council with a report with recommendations and possible next steps, GC 144-24. And whereas the targets in the climate emergency declaration are a statement of the municipality's policy aspirations. Now therefore be it resolved that the corporate greenhouse gas emissions inventory and climate change mitigation plan be endorsed in principle and be consulted for consideration in capital budgeting and asset renewal. Trevor.
So through the mayor, this is a little tiny bit more lengthy just because there was staff council direction provided. And I tried to make sure that I was following the council direction. So every major municipality is now committed to ambitious climate targets as set out in their climate emergency declarations. And they're trying to do their part in limiting warming in the years ahead. But we also know municipalities are getting nervous about how this will play out. 2021, the district and member municipalities made an ambitious commitment to net zero by 2050. The plan Tatham developed answers the question, is that even feasible? And for how much and what broad steps are needed? However, the plan simply looked at straight costs, which look like a lot of money up front with little benefit. Generally, best practices in projects such as these are to go beyond simple payback. Simple payback periods don't always look favorable. And the the period of time that we're looking at for this plan is 2030, 5 years from now, and then 25 years until 2050. So just some examples. It is better to use financial metrics, life cycle costs, net present value, debt ratio, i.e. value of grants and incentives. Looking at non-energy benefits, such as decreased operating costs of equipment or increased building occupant comfort. So these are ways to get past that upfront costs. The plan looks at some of the key areas that will need to be decarbonized if the municipality is to meet its net zero target, including the rollout of heat pumps and EVs and tackling energy costs, while installation of LED lights and reducing waste are already underway. We also need a plan to tackle the most stubborn issues. Electrification is an important strategy to reduce emissions from our buildings. However, as we switch our community building systems from fossil fuels to clean electricity, there are concerns about load management and how to efficiently manage buildings' energy use to optimize the load and maximize savings. Listening to the presentations to the different councils, I've heard different comments about costs, locally generated energy, hydro, geothermal, concerns about safety for rooftop solar and battery storage, right-sizing fleets and feasibility of electrifying heavy-duty vehicles, incorporating energy and GHG analysis and procurement, and how to track projects and communicate success. You have been presented with an ambitious pathway, but as plans to reach net zero continue to develop, as does the list of mitigation strategies, and the exploration of opportunity costs, which in turn can guide pathways for scaling up mitigation to address climate change. Decarbonization in an existing building isn't a recipe. It's a process, and each municipality's solution will be unique.
Okay, again, it's a similar recommendation as the previous report. There's a lot that we could do, and we need to be careful about it, and it will take time, and we need to work collaboratively with our sister municipalities, and certainly the district is a huge lead on this. But there are always ways that we need to continue to find funding opportunities, and they exist. So that's kind of the way I see this motion. Is that kind of sort of capturing some of it?
Yes, through the mayor. So because of net zero activities, like I said, 95% funded versus all other climate action. So we do know that Save On Energy with Enbridge are going to launch new programs.
Right.
That some will be tailored to municipalities, some will be tailored to residents. FCM, their funding offers are always available. They can provide up to 80% grant and loan funding. And I outlined one in the report that I think would be a great fit for this municipality. So there's things coming online all the time. And, you know, and I kind of alluded to this in the report as well. In Ontario, energy and emissions are very siloed. However, there's an effort to try to bring them together, and then instead of going to two different programs, trying to access them all together.
Thank you for that. Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. I'm just using as much of Trevor's mind as I can while he's here, but, and again, according to your report, we still have 2 more milestones to go, so we still have a lot of work to do. I don't think any of us around the table are doubting the desire to get there, but it seems like the real answer is through electrification, according to your report. And when you compare it to Quebec, how they're 99%, I think, wind and solar, and we're not there. I look at the cost in energy for our municipal buildings and just how high it is. Going to electrification will be an impact on the taxpayer. And I wonder, are you aware, because I'm not, of anything that Ontario is doing to make electricity a bit cheaper? Like I think it went down, according to your report, went down to 87% or something from a much higher number. Is there any chance that we're going to get closer so it does make sense?
So through the mayor, I've sat in on a lot of the IESO conversations about, for example, the renewable procurement that they've just launched. The province recognizes that they're having to rely more on natural gas as the province population grows and industry grows. So we do know, for example, the mining industry and critical minerals in Northern Ontario is going to grow substantially. And that's either going to, so, you know, that's a very big picture, you know, talking about exporting and importing energy from other areas. But there's opportunity here to, at a municipal level, look at producing its own energy to offset current energy that it's using. However, I would recommend looking at efficiencies first within buildings before embarking into the renewable energy. We were there, I guess, 2015. The microfit on top of the roof here is an example of that. However, the capacity has to be built, and we have to ensure that our buildings can make the best use of the energy production.
Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock, and thanks, Trevor, for the report. Firstly, I want to say, before I say my next comments, I just want to temper it with that I want to see Huntsville's environment protected, just I think as everybody here does at the table. But I have concerns with net zero or near net zero emissions plan. The plan seems to be a very aggressive plan to me. And while we must do what we can to protect the environment around us, I think we have to ask ourselves, well, what is feasible? What is reasonable? Because as I see it, and Councillor Morrison alluded to this, is that these costs are generally going to be paid by taxpayers, either through our capital budget or through a climate budget that is set up at some point or another. There may be some offsetting grants, hopefully. But how can these costs be fairly implemented when our residents are already really struggling to pay property tax bills. That's my concern. I understand this is a long-term plan, but property tax bills aren't getting any cheaper. I'm going to have a hard time supporting any plan that has overly aggressive goals or large cost to the taxpayer, especially with a plan that really we have no idea what the costs are going to be. And that's my concerns.
Appreciate those comments for sure. And I think that I certainly would echo that if all of the costs that are talked about in the ambitious plan were to be borne by our local taxpayers, it's not really feasible. And I think it becomes feasible when we are able to access the increasing number of funds that are being made available by both the federal government and by the provincial government, because they see getting there. And I understand what you're saying about net zero. That our target is probably trying to get to half of that, if you look at this. And so from that perspective, I totally appreciate your comments, Councillor Clark, but I look at it the other side. I think it's important to have a plan in place that sets goals and targets. It doesn't mean we'll meet all of those targets, and especially if we have to put it on our taxpayer, I don't think that will happen. But I certainly appreciate what you said. Councillor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Worship. And just to add to your comments, and I appreciate Councillor Clark's comments, and I don't think in my mind that I thought, this is going to be the taxpayer's burden, but I think it's a guide to help us through the process. There's no numbers associated with it. So I think if we aim for half, then we'll get a quarter. So aim high and let's see what we can do. Obviously, around this table, when it comes to decide the numbers and when it does affect a budget or a 2-year budget, we'll be having a really tough conversation, and I think we'll make the right decision when that time comes. But I like the guiding principles of the document. It hasn't tied us financially to anything.
Thank you for that, Councillor Fitzgerald. Are there any other comments about this? Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. Last comments for me. I'm not prepared to support this in principle tonight, and I'd like it to be a recorded vote.
All right, Councillor Stone, before we call the vote.
Thanks. So I don't disagree with Councillor Clark, and will any of the items that we might be looking at, will they be identified clearly in the budget process that they are climate change issues or greenhouse gas issues, so that we could pull those out to look at those separately during the budget process?
I will turn this to CAO Corey. Would you like?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. So we definitely can take that recommendation and incorporate it into our review. We have already talked about, with respect to reports, identifying what's part of this greenhouse gas emission and what's related to these various plans. So the Treasurer has noted the recommendation and will accommodate that.
Okay, that answers your question, Councillor Stone? Yes? Okay, perfect. Are there any other comments? Okay, I don't see any. Then I will call the vote.
Councillor Stone.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
No.
Councillor Cloutier.
Yes.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councillor Morrison.
Yes.
Councillor Renwick.
Yes.
Councillor Schumacher.
Yes. Yay.
Mayor Alcock.
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1 in favor.
Okay, thank you, everybody, and thank you for the questions all the way around on that. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you. All right, so moving right along. Okay, 8.3, we have another staff report. And we are joined by Director Maxwell, and I have a motion. It has been moved by Councillor Stone, seconded by Deputy Mayor Armour. Be it resolved that staff be directed to work with the District Municipality of Muskoka to transfer ownership of 24 Chaffey Township Road for nominal consideration at no cost to the town. And further, that staff be directed to prepare an amendment to bylaw 2020-19, a bylaw to declare surplus and dispose of municipally owned lands, declaring the following property surplus to the town needs, with the method of disposition of offer to sell to a abutting landowner or property owner in close proximity for council's consideration. Director Maxwell.
Thank you, Your Worship. As noted in the report, we were approached by district staff a few weeks ago to talk about this property on Chaffey Township Road. The town has not used the property for, I think at least 6 or 7 years, and district has had an opportunity to apply for a grant to accommodate some housing for people in need, and staff are supportive of transferring the land.
Okay, are there any questions? Councillor Morrison.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. And through you, I had some discussions with staff today after agenda review. I'm very much in favor of this, of course. And I know there's very tight timelines on the district to be able to get the grants. So the land has to get into their name for that to happen, and I'm encouraged to do that. But I do know we aren't necessarily the only option, so we need to look at parameters in place so that if this doesn't go forward, we would get the land back. So I've asked for an amendment to be added. So it's just, I don't want to necessarily have the district stockpiling our land, but for this purpose, I fully support it. If it doesn't happen, I want it back. So I think I don't know if you want to put that up now or wait till after the comments, but.
Okay, appreciate that. I sort of wondered that as well. And the one advantage about this and I'd love to see the amendment, is the fact that this abuts existing district land. So I do look forward to, if this particular proposal doesn't happen, that we'd be in discussion with district about other possibilities. So maybe that's part of that amendment, that, you know, there could be some very interesting possibilities.
Yeah, that's exactly my thought, that if it doesn't go the way we want it to go, it doesn't mean we can't still do something in partnership.
Right.
But we would have some rights to pull the land back if
Perfect.
we deem fit. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, thank you for that. Councillor Cluche.
Through you, Chair. Just wondering, I'm not too sure exactly what the district, how big is the garage that's there now? Is that going to be part of this housing? Do we know that?
On the
Yeah, on like
on their property.
on their property.
They, at this point, they haven't considered what they're doing with their property,
Okay.
but they have discussed the proximity.
Okay.
And so, to Councillor Morrison's comment, if this one thought of this one proposal that they're looking at,
Yeah.
for some reason doesn't go this way, then they would likely look at the two adjoining properties and say, oh, we have several other opportunities. So they're not there yet.
Yeah, okay.
Long-winded answer. I apologize
All
for
right.
that.
Okay. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just a quick one. So are we looking at any monetary value of this, or just actually change the ownership of that?
Through you, no, there would be no money changing hands.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions? Maybe we should put the amendment up. That would be good. Councillor Schumacher. Okay, so, and the amendment reads, and further that, if the district municipality of Muskoka does not develop the property within 12 months, the lands will revert back to Town of Huntsville ownership. Personally, I think that's a fantastic amendment. CAO Corey?
Thank you, Worship. I think if I may suggest that at the end of that last paragraph, we should put at the expense of the district. So there's obviously legal costs associated with the land transfer. So if something happens and they don't develop in 12 months, it would be at their cost. They revert it back to the town.
Okay, And there we go. So revert back to the town of Huntsville ownership at the expense of the district of Muskoka. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, and further, I want to get some input from the table here. And it just came to me now, but if it's worth putting in the purpose for the transfer of land is for a purpose we're currently aware of.
Yep.
If it isn't that purpose, should we have a provision in place that we get, like, for instance, right now, we know what they want to do with it. If all of a sudden they say, okay, we didn't get that grant, but we're going to do this, it changes things, right?
I hear what you're saying. We should still be part of the conversation. It's not
100%.
like we transfer this and then we step back.
Yeah.
And I think that's what you're saying. I concur with that too.
So any development, for instance, any development other than the purpose that has been communicated to the town thus far must be approved by CAO, mayor, director, something like that.
Something. Director Maxwell, are you thinking about possible wording that might capture this? Because I think aren't you thinking of that?
Absolutely. If, oh, yeah, I was like, what? No. Yeah, we could add something in that if the property is not proposed to be used for affordable housing purposes.
Yeah, and for sure.
that
I mean, that almost, I feel like is a given. And that's why we're doing this, but yeah, CAO Corey.
Thank you, Worship. So I think the first paragraph, if the clerk can bring it up, it talks about staff be directed to work with the District of Muskoka to transfer ownership for nominal consideration at no cost to the town. We should be specific about the project.
And say
for the affordable, or what, the wording.
For an affordable housing project?
So an affordable housing
Yeah.
project?
I think that would be
Because if
council-
this specific one is not successful, but they have ideas for other things that are still affordable housing, I think that should be, yeah.
perfect. Okay, who was it? Okay, Deputy Mayor Armour. Sorry.
Thank you, Worship. Can you bring that back up again? Thanks. I'm just thinking is, 12 months give them enough time to begin with. And the fact that there was a grant they received, so there was money there. So I don't know, I just don't know why we would, like, I'm not sure 0.3 of an acre, I'm not sure what it's worth. Is it worth $200,000 on the open market on this? I'm
Not
not
e-
sure.
So I guess the comment being that it's possible. Yes, they received a grant. Yes, I think that they're very close to a decision, but this is one of two properties. So we're not positive, to your Councillor Morrison's comment, that this will be the property that is the favorable property. So the question is, if we go forward and transfer, we still want to maintain control over the fact that it's for affordable housing. And I think that's what I'm hearing. Okay, I'm being told we need to go into closed. At the,
If I may, Your Worship. So a few options,
because-
if I may.
Yep.
So either council can continue to have the discussion in open, but it is a disposition of land. So if council would feel more comfortable in having that discussion in closed session, I would look at the direction of the clerk to advise us where that would take place, and then we would come back out.
So that could take place next month, after we've given notice that we're going to go into close to talk about this. You could postpone this if you want.
no.
No, we don't have it under closed right now. I did talk with the counselor earlier today about that matter.
Okay, I think that with the fact that we can't go into closed, I think it's very important that we actually deal with this. I don't think we can defer it. And so maybe if this particular motion, as it is currently worded, in such a way that we are in essence agreeing with this in principle, that we say that we can start this process, which I think this motion is doing, but it's also adding that we don't want to lose sight of it. And I think that's what you're saying, Councillor Morrison.
If I can speak to it, we did have a discussion about whether or not we go into close, and obviously we tend to not want to go into close unless we have to. But there are other considerations that I have that we can't discuss in open.
Right.
Which is why I want the protection in there for the town.
Mhm.
Once the land gets out of our control, let's say that doesn't happen, and all of a sudden they say, you know what, we could expand the garage. We could do this, do that. That's the stuff I'm trying to avoid. So
So I actually don't mind the 12 months, only because I think that there will be some action and that it leaves it open for further.
the only change, because Deputy Mayor made a good point, what if 12 months isn't enough? It says land will revert back. Maybe town will have the option to cause the land to revert back, because if they're in the middle of it, we're obviously not going to take the
I
land
think
back.
that works. All right.
Or extend, yeah.
Okay, I think that is good. Councillor Clark. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fitzgerald. Okay, Councillor Clark. Okay.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. I agree with the direction that we're heading in here. I'm not sure how I feel. I'm not in the business of really giving something away for free. That bothers me somewhat. Even though I know that the end result is a positive thing that we're trying to do here. So I can get on board with that. But I realize it's going to take a period of time for us to accomplish what needs to be done. So as part of that process, I'm not wondering if we shouldn't have our realtor of record give us an idea what this piece of property is worth. I know it's assessed at 127,000, but MPAC, those numbers are never correct. So I think as part of the process, I think it'd be fair for us to get an idea of what the property is actually worth. We could do that during the 12-month period while we're going through the process. Just my thoughts.
Oh, thank you for that, Councillor Clark. I'm just wondering, do we actually need to amend this to do that, or for that direction, or other comments about that? Deputy Mayor, oh no, Councillor Fitzgerald, did you were?
I guess I like what we're discussing so far, and I think I agree with that. If it's not used solely for the use of affordable housing, that it does revert back to the municipality. Are we even following our bylaws of disposition here? I question that. Yeah.
We are.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Stone.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I have no trouble giving this land to district if they're getting us some affordable housing. I don't need to make a couple bucks on this to have this great end result.
If I can add, I know that at some point, and I think it was a previous council, that we thought that when we identified this particular piece of property because of another neighboring property, that we thought, oh, this might be a good property for affordable housing. So we've known about it for a while, and I think we have an opportunity before us, so that's just my opinion. Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. And yeah, I totally agree with Councillor Stone's comments. I mean, as long as this is going to be used for what we want it to be used for, and that's affordable, I don't have an issue with it either. And I think that the motion that we're looking at states that.
Okay, thank you. And is that the motion including the amendment, Councillor Clark? Or that's, yes. Okay, so I think you're getting feedback on that amendment. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, and I think it's great. I think we're all on the same page, which is
I
great.
know.
We want it to
Yep.
happen. I know fits the mandate of our town-owned lands working group. When we're starting to identify land, we discussed, hey, if we can get this in developers' hands for next to nothing and they commit to what we want to do, it makes sense. I just want to know, and I'm with Deputy Mayor Armour and Councillor Clark on the idea of what if, and we got to be careful how much we discuss in open about disposition. So I want to be careful on that. But I get where they're going, and I agree. But I can't say much more, of course. But I don't know, do we need to put something in that it is for affordable housing? And do we need to put something in that we can extend the 12 months if needed? So that it doesn't, because the motion reads, it will just revert back to us, right? So
I thought there was one, we've got affordable housing in there now, so that's good. And two, I thought there was a recommendation about, oh, there we go. There it is. Look at that. Whoa. Just happened. The wizard did it. The wizard right here. Holy cow. So now it reads, should I read it out loud what the new, And further that, if the district municipality of Muskoka does not develop the property within 12 months for the purposes of affordable housing, the town has the option to revert the lands back to Town of Huntsville ownership at the expense of the district of Muskoka or to extend the 12-month timeline. Everybody comfortable with that? Yes, CAO Corey.
So sorry, Your Worship. Again,
CAO Corey's not
if
comfortable.
the clerk, I'm trying to be realistic in whether 12 months, if the clerk can bring the motion back up on the screen, please. So it actually says that, that they have 12 months to do it. Perhaps it's if the project commences. So they're
That's
obviously not going to.
I'm-
So it says that develops, so it does not commence the project. Something to that effect.
Yes, I
just-
think
they're not
that,
going to
that
have it.
explains, and that actually speaks to the issue that's being raised. So that's fine.
Commence the
Yeah, Councillor Morrison?
And I should mention, for those that aren't aware, the plan is for this to be commenced rather quickly. If they get ownership of the land, they get the grant
It would be commenced very quickly.
very quickly.
Okay. All right. So does not commence to develop if the district municipality of Muskoka does not commence,
How about begin? the
begin
development?
to develop, so begin.
Does not begin the development of the property. Thank you.
The development of the property within, so it's the development of the property. Okay, develop the property, it doesn't matter, it's neither way. Begin the development of the property within 12 months for the purposes of affordable housing. The town has the option to revert the lands back to the Town of Huntsville ownership at the expense of the District of Muskoka or to extend the 12-month timeline. Director Maxwell, comfortable? Okay, I think we're good. I am going to call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? And that carries. All those in favor of the main motion as amended? And that carries as well. Thank you, everybody, for wonderful conversation around that. Thank you, Director Maxwell, for bringing that forward. Okay, moving along to bylaws. Remind me how I don't have to read all of it? Okay, so I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that bylaw numbers 2025-13 to 2025-29 inclusive be reported and passed this 24th day of February 2025. Are there questions or comments about any of this? Okay, seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries. Lovely. All right, moving right along. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Whereas committee approved the Unity Square project concept and the location and directed staff to work with Councillors Morrison and Renwick, Muskoka Pride, Hope Arises Project Inc., and the Huntsville Royal Canadian Legion on a design concept. Whereas a conceptual design for Unity Circle has been developed. And now therefore be it resolved that council approve the installation of the Unity Circle design, and further that staff be directed to accept donations for the Unity Circle project and any costs associated with the installation be funded through community donations. And there is an amendment with this. So I will read the amendment. It has been moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that the following paragraph be added after the second paragraph. And whereas an accessibility component in the community quadrant has been added and approved by the Accessibility Advisory Committee at their meeting held on January 28th, 2025. The following paragraph be added to the end of the third paragraph as amended with the accessibility component. And that's just the main with, right? Yep. Okay. All right. Councillors, would you like to speak to this? Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And in your package on page 472, you will find the actual design, that the new design, and it really hasn't changed that much except for the addition of the universal symbol of people with disabilities. And it's a wheelchair that's in the quadrant where it's sort of the Huntsville, all the community. community, yeah, the community brand. So, right. So we actually went to, Councillor Schumacher actually brought it up at accessibility, and there was a very full discussion about the placement of it and what the symbol should be. And this is what the committee has come up with and is making that recommendation. So the other 3 quadrants are not changing, except for that one. And I did make a note of apologizing to the Accessibility Committee that we didn't come to them sooner, and we should have as part of our committees. And I think they accepted my apology or apologies, but it just makes it an even better unity circle. So still looking forward to moving forward with this, and it's going to be a great addition to downtown for sure. So any questions?
Great. Thank you for that, Councillor Renwick. And Councillor Schumacher, would you like to speak?
Not a question, just a comment as chairing that committee. Yes, we did appreciate the apology, and we do appreciate, and we just did tell the committee, myself included, that it is always a working, session as we go through. I do want to commend Brandon Hall and Jacqueline Zurich for attending that meeting and going through this process with our committee with a very good lens on accessibility and from an AODA's perspective. I appreciate the bells and whistles that Jacqueline had, where she was able to put it visually up on the screen and cut and paste and show us there in the moment what it was. We spoke honestly about the fact that there had been the earth, and we were thinking of putting the little earth inside the circle of but we also have to realize the update and the upkeep of this with stencils, and we didn't want to make it too cumbersome to be able to create that or recreate that when we have to, touch it up, that kind of thing. So we came up with what we felt was a good representation of the fact that within that community, there could be disability within all of those levels of community, and the fact that it kind of reaches out and extends, and the idea that supporting each other was what kind of came out as the vision within that quadrant. And so that's what we were standing for as far as that goes, as our recommendation.
That's great. I appreciate the update. I know it was a long meeting. I think a really good, healthy discussion, as I understand. So that's really great. Thank you for that. And I actually wasn't looking, so my apologies. I'm going to go to Councillor Morrison and then Deputy Mayor Armour.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock, and through you. I also want to commend Brandon Hall and Jacqueline Surratt. The amount of work they put into this is awesome. And the other thing too, I'm so proud of this project, and I'm going to get called woke for it. But I'm proud of that because woke is just giving a crap about vulnerable people. So call me woke all you want. In these days right now, we need this more than ever. Every person in this quadrant's rights are being stripped away in certain places around the world. We felt it right here in our community at the effect that could have on people. So this is something, you'll be shocked at how little it's going to cost us. From our meetings, I can tell you, we've got it down to where it's not going to cost us much. We're going to have a ton of community donations. There is zero financial reason to not want this. And it's going to be really well received. There's so many people that are really excited about this. And because of the time we've taken, it didn't happen quickly, against my better judgment, but it's been done right. So for everyone involved, I'm very proud of all the work that went in, and I'm excited to see this come to fruition finally.
Thank you for those comments, and what to add, I think from what I understand, the participants, such as Hope Arises and others, they're very excited about this project, which speaks to your point. So that's incredibly exciting. Thank you.
If I could follow up, because that actually leads me to something I forgot to say. We have 4 community groups such as these that are so important to our community, all coming together and excited to work together. Not to mention the fact that just look at our strategic plan. This checks a lot of boxes in our strategic plan. So it's fulfilling some goals.
So thank you for everybody who's worked on this, including everyone you've mentioned. Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship, and I apologize for this, but under the motion you read, I would like to put an amendment on the floor where it talks about staff be directed to accept donations through the Unity Circle project, and any costs associated with the installation be funded through community donations, which is fine. But I'd like to see something added in there that it says any repair or replacement or ongoing maintenance shall be also used through community donations only. So it doesn't end up falling back on our budget one day. It just doesn't mention anything like that in there. It just says we're going to put it in there through funding, but then I assume it would continue to be looked after that way, right?
Okay,
Is that what I'm assuming?
do you have wording to that effect, Clerk? You don't? Okay, so Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I think, I don't want to speak for Councillor Renwick, I think we'd both be comfortable with that because the intention is for this to never cost the taxpayer a dime. And if that wording reinforces that, then I'm all for it, for sure.
Okay, I'm going to, we'll put the motion with the proposed amendment on the, and further that,
What's the?
that Deputy Mayor Armour, the ongoing maintenance.
Ongoing maintenance costs shall be used community funds only. Because I think we all need to realize that even though this is a great project and it's going to look good down there, it's going to be damaged, going to be vandalized by somebody because the issues we have down there down with our washrooms. So I think that we need to look after it that way. And if you have stencils done, I think you spoke before about high school students, et cetera, coming down and repairing it and looking after it. And I think if we get the whole community involved in looking after it, that might curb some of the vandalism.
Okay, makes it better. Okay, Councillor Clark.
Thanks, Mayor Alcock. I agree with Deputy Mayor Armour's comments about the maintenance, but not enough that I would still support this project. I haven't supported it from the beginning, as everybody knows, so nothing's really changed for me. I still have the same concerns that I had originally to do with vandalism. So, and I'm worried that it's going to increase the vandalism actually in this area. So I'm of the same opinion still. And I would, again, I'd like to ask for a recorded vote on this item as well tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Renwick.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I think I spoke to this last time as well, that I will never not do something because of vandalism. And I can guarantee you that in the downtown core, when we have art in the downtown, they tag around the art. They don't touch the murals. They don't graffiti the actual pieces of art. So I think the fact that this is going to make an incredible statement downtown, and I think especially in the park, and to what Councillor Morrison said about touching very vulnerable people at this time, I think it's really important that we do this and that it is done well. And I would never not do it because of vandalism. So I just want to make that very clear.
Thank you for that as well. Are there any other comments? So we are now, it's a recorded vote on the proposed amendment. And do you want to put that so we know what the amendment is, the Deputy Mayor Armour's proposed amendment? Or is it two amendments? Because we have an amendment from Councillors Renwick and Morrison for the accessibility. And now we have a second amendment, which
So,
I'm going to ask Clerk Kalea to explain it to me. Councillor Stone, I'd rather listen to Clerk Kalea explain it to me anyway. All right.
Councillor Morrison, when he asked if it was okay, if he agreed with the Deputy Mayor's amendment and asked if it was okay, Councillor Renwick said yes. So I amended the first motion to include it together.
Thank you very much. Is that what you said, Councillor Stone? Pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. But I needed to hear it from a reliable source. Sting. No, he knows that I think he's a reliable source. All right, so are we putting up the whole amendment just so everybody can read it one more time? And then we will call for the recorded vote. So it is about the accessibility as amended with the accessibility component, and now it's also with the ongoing maintenance costs shall be through the community funds only. Okay, CAO Corey, and then we're calling for
Thank you, Worship. So again, if the clerk can bring the motion back up on the screen, she's really quick. So just it is perhaps suggested that any remaining community funds be set aside in a reserve to offset future maintenance costs.
That's a great idea.
And that goes to our treasurer who's made that recommendation.
She has silently
I have a whole
over there.
team.
Just, that makes a lot of sense. Makes sense.
Set aside in a reserve to offset any future maintenance costs. I'll get rid of the first part. It's been suggested that get rid of the ongoing maintenance costs shall be through community funds only. So it should be, and further that any remaining community funds be set aside for any future maintenance costs. And I believe will.
I'm sorry, you don't want this line?
No, I think the first line can be removed. And further that any remaining community funds be set aside in a reserve to offset any future maintenance costs, and that will address the deputy mayor's.
Not really. No, it doesn't, because that actually would imply, well, in case there are remaining community funds, whereas the other was quite directive. Yep. Director McKenzie.
Just with that first one, I understand what we're trying to do. The only thing I would caution is if there are no remaining funds or community funds available. Is that the intention, that we would not repair it, or we would have to bring it back here to get direction to repair it?
All right. The way I interpret it is that, well, Deputy Mayor Armour, do you want to speak to it? It's saying that if there are maintenance costs, which there will be, that those maintenance costs will be covered by the community funds. But it's saying any remaining, so it's not as directive, right? It's what if there aren't any remaining? It means that there will need to be community fundraising on a fairly ongoing basis to ensure that there are funds in this reserve. So I think it's, Councillor Morris.
Yeah, I agree that the way it's worded now, offset kind of suggests that if there's a shortage of community funds, we will have to fund it from the levy or from the MAT or something else. So I agree with Deputy Mayor Armour. I think it needs to be a bit more clear. And I can tell you my goal is to have a fairly healthy reserve. And while I'm around, of course, I can commit to fundraising and getting things done. But what if I'm not? So I think it reinforces Deputy Mayor Armour's comments if we do have it worded that way.
Thank you for that. And I think now we have two separate and further that, and it covers both. So I do think the clause that references the reserve is very important. I like that. So, all right, is that good? Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. That's great. If at one day, if there is no community funds, they can always come back to this table, right? So we're not locking it in. We're just not putting it on the burden of the taxpayers right now.
That's pretty clear. With that, I'm calling the vote, and so it is a recorded vote. Yep. So Clerk Clay is taking over. Councillor Stone.
Okay. I'm going to start with Councillor Renwick. Councillor Schumacher.
Yes.
And this is the amendment. Councillor Stone.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yes.
Councillor Clark.
No.
Councillor Cloutier.
Yes.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councillor Morrison.
Yes.
Mayor Alcock.
Yes.
That carries 8-1.
And now we
Going to call the recorded vote in the main motion as amended. Councillor Renwick.
Yes.
Councillor Schumacher.
Yes.
Councillor Stone.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yay.
Councillor Clark.
No.
Councillor Cloutier.
Yes.
Councillor Fitzgerald.
Yes.
Councillor Morrison.
Yes.
Mayor Alcock.
Yes.
8-1, and that carries.
Thank you, everybody, for that. That was good. We got through that. And so okay, now we are moving right along. My apologies. I need to find where I am on the agenda. So that was the previous business. Now we're moving to new business. And we do have a motion. I will read it now. It has been moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Whereas Councillor Morrison has been recognized by Council as a navigator for community well-being initiatives for the term of Council. And whereas Councillor Morrison has been approached by a member of the community that has a family member who has a rare disease. And whereas Councillor Morrison has suggested the town clock be changed in color in recognition of Rare Disease Day on February 28th, 2025 for this one-time only instance. Now therefore be it resolved that Council approves the changing of the color of the town clock for one time only in recognition of Rare Disease Day on February 28th, 2025, and further that staff be directed to prepare and present to General Committee a clock celebratory and commemorative lighting policy for consideration. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, I'll just make it brief. It was brought to my attention from someone who does have a child in that realm that towns like Bracebridge and others do light up things like their bridge and other things to commemorate it and honor it, and brought it up to staff, and staff took the ball and ran with it really quickly and gave us a solution. So I'm very excited that we can move this forward.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions from council? Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Thank you. All right, and moving along to our next item under new business is the Huntsville High School Tiny Home Project. This is a really exciting one. Councillor Morrison, you've been very busy. You've been very busy. I have a motion moved by Councillor Morrison, seconded by Councillor Stone. Whereas an interest has been expressed to collaborate with the town to construct a tiny home, and whereas the Town of Huntsville Building Department is interested in engaging and investing in capacity building with high school students. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to liaise with the high school and report back on options to fund materials for the construction of a tiny home as a special project. Councillor Morrison, before I turn it over to you, I just want to say thank you very much for bringing this one forward. I know it was fairly recent, and I'm really glad that we're responding quickly and need to. But this is the kind of thing that really is exciting, and it involves the high school, and I don't know if it gets much better than that. So with that, I turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Alcock. And maybe I talk to too many people, but these kind of things come up from time to time. It was on a parent-teacher night at the high school when I asked the question of my son's teacher in construction of why they weren't building another tiny home, and got told that the funding dried up and there was no money to keep doing it. I said, "Is that your only obstacle?" He said, "Yes." So I said, "What if we were able to find funding? How do you see this working out?" He said, "Well, we could, if we had the materials costed out, because the labor is free, it's student labor, and then they could build one, sell one, build one, sell one, build one, sell one." So we're looking at a one-time cost and being replenished from the sale of the unit. If we do, the most amazing part of this is that our CBO, Chris Nagy, is heavily involved. A benefit to him to go have outreach with the students, but even better, the students get to see the building process from start to finish, inspections and meetings and everything else. So we're actually improving their skills. When you talk about capacity building, we're giving kids better skills to enter the workforce. A report will obviously have to come back. At that point, I would propose very strict parameters, such as no short-term rentals. They can't purchase the property. They can't purchase the unit until, they can't move the unit until they have a building permit taken out on a permanent foundation, and other parameters that staff deem fit to make sure that it accomplishes the goal we're trying to accomplish. I might reach out to like crane operators, et cetera, to see if I can find someone who will help us out for stuff like this.
I wonder if there is.
I'll find one.
Yeah,
I'll find one. But I think it's an amazing partnership, and it's chicken and egg. We got to the point where the superintendent couldn't really engage us until they had clear direction from town Huntsville that we want to do it.
Okay,
so that's it.
Thank you for that explanation. That's very helpful. Are there questions around this? Yeah, Deputy Mayor Armour.
Yeah, just a comment, Your Worship. I look forward to seeing the report come back. I mean, really interested in the costs and all that stuff, and yeah, so great.
Okay, then I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Good stuff, Councillor Morrison. Thank you. Okay, so the next one 11.3 is a very long motion. So I think council would probably like to waive the reading of this. It is with respect to active transportation fund grant. And the project that we would be looking at is Muskoka Road 3 from Lorne Street to Highway 11. And it is with respect to applying for grant funding because it makes a whole lot of sense. I'll give everybody a chance to read it, and I should note for anybody who might be watching, this is exactly as it was in our agenda package as posted online. And the reason why the CAO is reminding me, the reason why we have this motion, because it is a grant application, that as far as the application, they require a motion approved by council in order to make the submission. It's a really exciting project. I do have a curiosity. There was no mention of timelines, not with respect to the grant application, but it is in reference to working in collaboration with the district when they go forward with their infrastructure redevelopment. So Director Mackenzie, may I ask about that?
I think I can answer it. So the application's actually due on Wednesday, so that's the urgency. We have been working on it in the event that it does get passed tonight. But the grant funding goes until 2030, so we do have a bit of time to coordinate that with the district so that we can work on coordinating that project with them. So it would likely be in late 26, 27.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. All right. Has everybody had a chance to read it? Are there any questions? I don't see any. I will call the question. All those in favor? And that carries all the way around. Thank you for bringing this forward. That's very exciting. I actually, when I did the review with Cogeco, as I always do before council, one of the issues that they raised was this, because they thought that was kind of interesting. So moving right along, we now are moving to general information. We have a whole lot of council correspondence. Were there any questions around that? Seeing none, I'll move to the District of Muskoka update. And starting with Deputy Mayor Armour, anything to report from EPW?
Thank you, Worship. It was a electronic meeting only, so it was very short, just over an hour. We received annual reports about drinking water, which we're doing very well. One of the motions that were put on the floor was moved by Chair Lehman and seconded by Councillor Rhodes, was for road salt usage. So this is a motion going forward to the province about the use of salt and chloride concentrations that I think that it's increased 30-fold in our lakes lately with the salt going into our lakes. So this is a good environmental motion going forward. And then we had a couple of other reports just for information, but that was the just for meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Are there any questions of Deputy Mayor Armour? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll move to FCS. Councillor Morrison, is there anything to report from something?
Yeah, this is an interesting meeting because there's a couple items that are probably worth mentioning. The first one is council remuneration, which is a harder word to say than you think it is, but it came up and it was a pretty heavy increase and I voted against it, but I want to make it clear because there's some stuff out there and people that don't understand how the district works. Nobody at this table was on that committee. So nobody at this table voted in favor of the increase, just so it's clear. I was the only one at that meeting. I was the only one that had a vote from the Huntsville table. It is going to come to full council next month for a fuller discussion, a fuller vote. So please pay attention, everyone. But it was, yeah, it was a heavy discussion and it got voted in favor to move forward to council for ratification. So it's something. So just for the public that may have seen stuff online, there was nobody at this table that actually had a say in that. So just to be clear. The other one that's important is the moving, finally, started in November, I think October, of moving the municipal airport into a municipal services corporation. To explain what that is, it's an arm's length corporation that would run the airport with the same board of directors and CEO we have currently. The intention of that is to make it more nimble, have them act more on their feet. aim for things like scheduled service, more tenants, and all of these things without having to go through the council cycle of several months to make decisions. The goal of that is so that we're not subsidizing the airport as much as we currently are, trying to get it to as close to break even as possible. And we finally had the consultant's report, and it reinforced that this is a good idea. So that was voted unanimously that we're going to move forward. It'll come to council as well next month. That's it.
Thank you for that. Two really critical issues. And I thank you for highlighting the fact that that it was at committee, the decision around the increase for councillors' wages was at committee, because I believe that in the media, it's not that clear. And so I think it's important to highlight that. All right, are there any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, I will move along to Councillor Stone with regard to health services.
Health Services. I wasn't able to attend the meeting. There is nothing significant of note in the agenda. However, when I receive the minutes from that meeting, if there's anything to report, I will next month.
Okay, appreciate that. I don't see any questions, so thank you for that. I can be very short. I know at District Council, we had a very short agenda with the exception of a couple of items in closed, which of course I cannot discuss what happened in closed, but they were lengthy. Although the one exception I will say, normally when we do our committee reports at the district meeting, we go through those fairly quickly. And we did spend an hour discussing one item under engineering and public works, and it was with respect to waste management and the transition on the large bins in Georgian Bay and Muskoka Lake. So that took up an inordinate amount of time, and rather unusual that we did that. On planning, community and planning services was also somewhat unusual. We had a fairly short agenda, but there was also an update on housing and homelessness and affordable and attainable housing investment framework, on our Muskoka homeless enumeration outcome report. And I have to say, there was so much information in that, and while we continue to work on trying to find more transitional and affordable housing, our numbers of people who are count as homeless in the district is on the rise. And so it's somewhat discouraging when you see that. Having said that, on the positive note, we did approve one motion with respect to new electric vehicle charging stations. There will be 4 additional charging stations in Huntsville, as well as 4 additional in Bracebridge. And that is through the Bracebridge Generation Limited and a grant that they received, and so no cost to us, and we will get those additional charging stations. So that was pretty good. That's my report. Any questions? Seeing none. Okay, good. I also attended the first Huntsville Lake of Bays OPP board, which is brand new, and it was our first introductory meeting. Basically talked about roles and responsibilities and introducing each other. We do have 2 community reps who sit on that board along with district councillors and Chair Lehman and our OPP. It's kind of new times, and there will be at some point probably a fairly significant role for that board, but it was just intro at this point. So with that, I am going to move to events and updates, and the first one, Councillor Kluche.
Through you, Chair. I just, on an event, our community has recently lost a longtime resident, Rex Malloy, passed away last month. And we had a celebration of life yesterday at the Active Living Center, and I had the honor of doing his eulogy. And I was quite honored for being asked to do that. I've only known Rex for 20 years, but he's a very long time resident here, had a good family, and in part of the eulogy, and it was very well attended. I stressed to the people there that there's such the importance of community living in our community, that he lived a very full, well life because of community living, helped them out, and he helped them out too also. So that was just an event that happened. I was privileged to be there.
Thank you for that, and I'm glad that you were able to do the eulogy. That's fantastic. Before I go, I just wanted to. I think Chair Lehman stole my thunder because I was going to mention the coldest night of the year walk, and congratulate the whole team, especially Councillor Fitzgerald, for hitting the numbers. And I did attend this year, and it was really fun to be part of it. But I will ask Councillor Fitzgerald if you would like to speak to this.
Certainly, Your Worship. Thank you. Yeah, I couldn't do it without everyone from the town jumping on board, and Julia does all the organizing. And fortunately, I wasn't able to, make soup or salad for our lunch fundraiser this year, but it's an amazing thing that happens for 207 locations across Canada. They surpassed their goal, and the more money will come in today. So over $14 million was raised by little teams like ours. So sometimes a little goes a long way. So good work, team, and I was proud to be part of it.
Thank you for that. And I guess to remind everybody, the goal was $100,000 to our own table food bank. And you're saying that we surpassed that. I know you
Nationally,
referred to
we
the
did.
national
I
number.
think we were $90,000 as
No,
of
I
today
was
for
wondering,
our
okay.
local food bank.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay, that's,
Yeah.
Heather was still pretty happy with that. All right, Councillor Schumacher.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship, I just wanted to mention that Deputy Mayor and myself will be going on Friday, this coming Friday, the 28th, to the opening ceremonies for the Ontario Youth Nordic Ski Festival. The event is for participants from U8 to U14 age groups, and they are also having the first integrated event with para-Nordic ski categories of sit skiers, standing skiers, of amputees, and visually impaired. And that will be happening all weekend from the 28th to March 2nd, with events and skill development programs all across the province have been invited. There will be probably 250 to 300 racers that will be in town this weekend for that youth event.
Awesome, and thank you for announcing that, and also for attending, both of you. That's great. Yes?
You're going to mention about our response to U.S. tariffs.
We are going to put that, I was going to, yes. Next month, at the council in March, we've been working diligently, and I would say our economic development team has been working with all of the chambers of commerce throughout the district on a preliminary sort of plan of action going forward as a community at large in response to the proposed tariffs that are coming our way. And I know next week is a very important week as to what happens with that announcement. And originally we had thought we might be able to speak to this month, but it makes far more sense that it comes, and it's a very fulsome response will be coming in March. But rest assured, for people in our community, and I know there are a lot of people who are really concerned and really upset with a lot of things that are being said about Canada and about our position with respect to economic trade with our biggest trading partner down south, and what the impacts are on our community. And I know we've all had discussions with businesses in our community. I know I have with the large manufacturers, and all of that will go into this report that's coming in March. It's important to us, and we know it's important to the community. And thank you for reminding me about that, Councillor Stone. All right, I think that was it, unless we have anything else. All right, so I am going to suggest that Sorry, Councillor Schmuck. That's what I was about to suggest. You're ahead of me, that we need one more break before we go into closed. So, very quick one. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Dave. All right, so we are back from our break, and now I do have a motion to move into closed. It has been moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Clark. Be it resolved that the next portion of the meeting be closed to the public, commencing now at 8:40 p.m. for the purpose of considering the following matters under Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, subsection C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, 13.1.1, confidential report OPS-2025-4 land acquisition, 12.2.1, confidential report Corp 2024-62 land acquisition. C, a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board. E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board regarding 13.3.1, confidential report development 2024-21, Craig Developments, Inc., update number 10. B, personal matter about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. 13.4.1, a verbal report, Community Services Division staffing update. Phew. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you. Okay, we're back. That was a long enclosed. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Cluche, seconded by Councillor Fitzgerald. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained within confidential report OPS 2025-4 be adopted. Any questions or comments? All those in favor? And that carries all the way around with the exception of Councillor Stone. But, jeez. I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Morrison. Be it resolved that the recommendation contained within Appendix A of Confidential Report Corp -2024-62 Confidential Report Corp -2024-50 be adopted as amended, and further that resolution number 246-24 be rescinded. Yes, and all those in favor? Oh, and I need to mention that Councillor Clark had declared a pecuniary interest, so will not be voting on this. So, all those in favor? And that carries. All right. Bob? I have a motion moved by Councillor Fitzgerald, seconded by Councillor Stone. Be it resolved that confirmation by law 2025-30 be received and passed this 24th day of February 25. All those in favor? That carries. And finally, I have a motion moved by Councillor Renwick, seconded by Councillor Cluche. Be it resolved that we do now adjourn at 9:51 p.m. All those in favor? And that carries. Thank you very much, everybody. And